that you don't want people to hear. I'm going to hop out of this real quick. So I just made 2 slides for you. I want you to read that and tell me if we need to change that or just delete anything out of it. Just wanted something up behind you when you're talking. This is my boss. And then I put this up for the January 24th thing. Is that good? Yeah. So if you hit both of those, you're right at the very end at 2:20. So really only 5 minutes.
Okay, I can do
Just boom, boom. And then I'll come back up and do a good roll. Dan, Jared, Dan. Nice to meet you.
Sterling Police and Fire, also
Awesome.
one of our regional coordinators.
Great.
Dan is with me, and he is also chairman of the board of all of this.
Well, nice to meet you.
Look at you.
Right
Look
on.
at you all sporting the gear.
I sported the gear today, buddy. You keep hooking me up, so I have to wear it.
So we're live mics.
Okay.
Online, just so you know.
Okay.
Don't say anything we don't.
Sounds good. All right.
I'm telling myself that.
Over and
So
over.
this is how we're gonna go. I got this. I'm gonna introduce the team.
Yep.
And then I'm going to bring you guys all up. Just briefly a snippet about everybody. And then I'm going to have you pray for us. And that's it. And we'll go into our.
Nice. It's great around here. Yeah. Good job.
Been downstairs? Yes. I'm like, when you get to that point where you spread it out. We used to do it's just so easy. The easiness of just being able to like know what to do with mics and everything. So look at these guys. So these are some of our newer chaplains from it's just it's all there's previous chief just like it's locking in. All right, we're going to start in about 2 minutes. Once I get everybody gathered up here. All right, folks, let's go ahead and get this thing going. I always like looking because I can tell like what type of churchgoer you are. Very, very attentive churchgoer right here, front and center. It's like there's like literally a triangle around her of open seats. Well, I'm glad you're here. Welcome to the 2023 Rocky Mountain Police and Fire Chaplains annual meeting. We got a lot to go through. Today, we've got a lot of people that will be on stage. We have a lot of opportunities that we're going to share with you. I really hope that today you'll just take full advantage of this. Many years ago when we started, this right here, just us being together, would have been a huge success. Dreaming about this was a far-fetched dream 15 years ago. So to be able to be in this room and see this collaboration and all of us just being in the same room together is a huge success.
I'll talk about that a little bit more, but I want to introduce some folks to you. So first off, I want to bring up the team. So if your picture's here, come on up with the team. And Scott's in the back. This is our leadership team. This is what really makes Rocky Mountain Police and Fire Chaplains crank. Stand on the stage. Get up here. Get up here. And so if anything looks good, feels good, tastes good, it's because of these people. They are the details, they are the administration, but they're also the dreamers. One of the things that I love about this team is we're able to take forth all of the ideas and really make it happen. So all of what you're seeing today is because of these guys just doing an amazing job. And so I wanted to introduce them to you. They're also the ones, too, if you have any problems. If anything's not going good, please let them know, and then we can try to rectify. I know that we've missed a couple badges today. We'll fix all that, and we'll send those off in the mail today. But make sure you just continue to communicate to us what it is you're seeing, what you're feeling and experiencing. I want you guys to stay up here. I also want to highlight these three, and you guys would come up on stage as well. So we've got Mark, Michael, and Jeff. And this is kind of a new thing that we're doing as well. The team has been expanding. And over the last couple of years, what we've been doing is offering people the opportunity to come on board to raise money, to be a chaplain with Rocky Mountain Police and Fire Chaplains. And these three have done that. Some of them will be here a little longer. I think Jeff's actually transitioning, hopefully, into a law enforcement job in Colorado. Sorry, Mike. What'd I call you? Jeff. This is Jeff? Hey. I took my glasses off. That's bad, man. So he is going to be transitioning into a possible law enforcement job. But this is exciting for you guys to see the growth. I think last year when we were here, or even 5 years ago, we didn't have quite this type of a team. So thank you all for your willingness to be here and just all the work that you're doing behind the scenes. Thank you. Clap for them. But I like, if you're on our board of directors, if you would please come forward onto the stage. This is pretty exciting. As we grow, this is our second iteration of our board. Our first board did an amazing job of making sure all of the governances of our organization were put into place so that I don't go to jail and our finances are in a good place. And if we get audited, we're actually doing things right. And we accomplished all of that through COVID. Like, a lot of people took COVID as kind of a back step, not being able to get things done. And we took it as a leap forward, really. And we were able to get all the documents and all the forms and all the policies into place and really get our organization where it needed to be. Today, this is our new board. This is a board that's going to launch us into into the future and allow us to really move into some areas that we've not been able to move quite yet. And so as I introduce these folks, this is Andy. Andy looks the nicest up here. He always outdresses me. Andy actually owns his own business, Stone Design. All the stuff that you see logo-wise, our rebranding, our narrative, he's been instrumental in that process. He will continue to make sure that we look good. But he owns a global organization that has multiple, how many employees now? Like 80 or something? 90? 1,000? 18. It feels like 80. But he is important to us in a lot of ways, so thank you, Andy, for being here. This is Jordan. Jordan is an important part in addition to this team. You're going to hear from Jordan later about some of what he's doing, so I'm not going to steal any of that thunder. He's going to be on stage towards the end, and I really encourage you to stick around because what they're doing is revolutionizing the ways that we're integrating ourselves and supporting our emergency responders. And this is Emily. He worked for 3 or 4 organizations now, so I didn't even know what logos to put on. But Emily is former law enforcement, and she also is an individual that helps us move into the psychological world, the training world, the Lexapool world. She's going to help us as a chaplain organization make sure that we're represented in as many of those areas as possible. She's passionate about chaplaincy. Chaplaincy is something that really affected her and changed her trajectory in her career, which is why she's here and being able to support us. Thank you. This is Jeremy. Jeremy is actually a detective. Are you a sergeant detective? At Boulder PD. Jeremy and I also met during COVID, right at the start of it, and decided, hey, let's start a chaplain program in Boulder, which was already daunting in thought, how we were going to do this. And within a couple of months, we were finalizing our policies and interviewing chaplains. months before we had to go through the King Soopers shooting. And so he's been instrumental in starting a new program and understanding what that takes, but also now being a representative on our board for the law enforcement world to make sure that we continue to adhere to the values that we've set out. So high expectations for you, Jeremy. And then Jamie, next to him. Jamie is a firefighter at Boulder Fire. She's also now going to represent fire to make sure that as we move, we continue to make decisions that are going to honor our firefighters. They're in the process of starting their new program. She's diligently fighting through making sure that the policies get completed. And so we're excited about her role and her representation on this board. And then Marie is down there. Marie and I, we go way back. We do. That's one of her chaplains, and so no one else cheered for these guys. What's going on? Good job, Elliot. So Marie is great. We actually started this journey when things were interesting at Denver, and she's like, what do I do with these chaplains, and what does this look like? Not you, of course. You were the angel in the bunch. But just what does this look like? And we started to really process through how do we revitalize and make sure that Denver is really falling in line with where she wanted chaplaincy to go. And we've had our ups and downs and journeys. She oversees the chaplain program for Denver, so she's going to bring this perspective to our board to make sure that as we grow and we move, she brings that into our conversations and how we do things. So thank you, Marie. And then Dan at the end. Dan and I'll talk about this in a minute, are the ones that started this journey back in 2007. And so I'm honored that he's here. He's also a dear friend of mine, my hunting buddy, the guy that keeps me in line. He's the one that knows about what's going on in all of my worlds, which is really important for me, so that he can keep me in line. So this is our chairman of our board of directors, Dan, and I'm going to bring you forward. Why don't you just pray for our morning and get us going?
All right, welcome. Why don't you pray with me? Heavenly Father, just stand here so grateful for the years of just watching you just continue to drop these little seeds in the hearts of men and women across this whole region that just says, I want to serve and care and be your hands and feet. And so, God, I thank you for all those seeds that have culminated to be an organization now who supports one another and supports law enforcement and firework and first responders across this state. And Lord, we just ask as we continue to train together, work together, live together, that, Lord, you would just show us what it looks like to serve well and continue to raise the standard to see the men and women across this state that need just hope and an opportunity to just grow and know that they are supported from all sides. So, Lord, we give you this day, we give you this conference, and we just ask that you'll help us all leave here with the nuggets that we're meant to leave here with. And we pray all this in Jesus' name. Amen. Thank you all.
Amen. Thanks, guys. So if you know me, there's two things that really stress me out. One is names, and two is reading aloud. And then I decided to be a pastor and have to do both all the time. So even though I know all these people, I'm like freaking out like I'm going to mess up their names. Whew, okay, that's done. I'm just going to talk briefly about four really important areas that I think we need to address and also be reminded of. So there was a story that I came across just yesterday of this swimmer. And the swimmer was at the bottom of the pool. And the swimmer was rescued because her coach just was looking over the deck, realizing where is this individual, and then looked down into the pool and noticed, well, goodness, they seem to be down there way longer than they should. There was something going wrong, and so this coach decided, because even though this swimmer was a really good swimmer and it seemed out of character that they would just be floating at the bottom of the pool, they took it upon themselves to say, I'm going to jump in. I'm going to rescue this individual. I want to make sure that even though I know they're a high-quality swimmer, there's something going wrong here. That's part of what we do as chaplains. We're going to survey the environment around us. We're going to see our officers, their families, the firefighters and their families, and sometimes we might notice that they're not on deck anymore. Maybe they're in the pool and maybe they're drowning a little bit, and that's where chaplaincy comes in. We need to be
really cognizant of what's going on in and around us, so that if we see one of our people in the pool drowning, we jump in. We jump in to rescue, we pull them out, and we save them from what it is that's going on. And not always is it the pool illustration, but we know that in the world of what our firefighters and our police officers and their families are dealing with, it feels like that, right? They're in the deep end, and they're just barely treading water. And if we look away too long, they might sink. And so part of our vision as Rocky Mountain Police and Firefighters is to be like that coach, to make sure that we look around, to have the vision that the core of what we do, we will leap into the deep end of the pool and save and care for our people. Our vision really is to change the world. One officer, one emergency, one family member, one firefighter at a time. Our goal is to make sure that we stand on the deck and make sure people are not drowning. Back in 2008, when Dan and I started this whole journey, we sat around. We had just come back from an ICPC conference, and it was a blast. We got to go to Michigan, went on my first ride-along. Dan is actually chasing bad guys through hotels, and it was just one of those crazy times you get done, and we're like, this is kind of fun. Like, this was a cool experience for us. But then we came back to Denver, and there was no chaplain collaboration going on. And it took us about 5 years of really prayerfully reaching out to people, making phone calls, making meetings. And in that 5 years, what we found was a lot of, no, thank you. We're not interested. We don't need chaplains. So from about 2008 to 2014, there was just this tilling of soil time for us, where the ground was kind of hard. It was rough. For those of you who've been chaplains a long time, you get that. You were kind of in this place where you just look back and it's dusty. And everything you were working hard to create and grow was just getting swallowed up by drought. But then all of a sudden, things started to change. Back in 2014, we saw a little bit of a shift. We started to see people call and ask us to be more involved in what was going on. I think, Marie, that's probably where I met you for the first time. It was right around that season. There was a time where we dreamt about who we wanted to be. Like, we wanted to be this group of chaplains that were truly servicing our region in a way that was changing lives, saving lives, and impacting the world around us. Today, as we stand here, our mission remains the same. We're going to be engaged. We're going to be the ones that rush towards our officers and firefighters and their families to make sure that they're cared for. One officer at a time, one firefighter at a time, one family at a time. Our mission probably has been refined a little bit. We speak about it a little clearer right now. There's a little more, I think, poignance into the way that we move and why we do it. But our mission continues to be about serving those that serve us. And I know that's a catchphrase that we hear, but that truly is the heart of what we do and why we move. So that when we do see that individual drowning in the pool, we can jump in and we can engage quickly. Shared experiences are important. Yesterday, I had someone call me, actually last week, I had someone call me up from a neighboring agency around here telling me that they were going to be retiring. And I was like, well, that's great, because you've put in your time and it's been wonderful. But then I asked the question, well, what's the succession plan? Like, what's going to happen next now that you're gone? And the response was, I hadn't thought about that. And so as we move, one of the things that we've got to continue to think of is there have been chaplains before us that have been tilling the dry ground. There have been meetings that have occurred. There have been experiences that have been had that have gotten many of you into the positions of chaplaincy. I encourage you not to forget that journey. Make sure that you communicate and think broadly about what we're doing as chaplains. So what happens in Fort Morgan? Gary, if you do something in Fort Morgan, guess who it impacts? Everyone here. Everyone in this room. And so to make sure we understand the dynamic, not that you're going to do anything wrong, Gary. There's people in the back snickering. They're like, of course he picked on Gary. Take the shot. No, but the fact is we have had that experience over the last couple of years where we have had to ask a few chaplains to step down. They have found themselves in sinful situations, some of which have even been criminal. And the reason being is they were not collectively sharing the expectation that we have as an organization. As we move and as we do things, we've got to recognize that it affects everyone around us. And I think that's sometimes difficult because you're going to leave here, and I'm going to leave here. I'm going to go back with Libby and Dan, and we're going to go to the Golden Police Department where it feels comfortable. And we're going to do stuff there. But I got to bear in mind that when I do stuff at the Golden PD, it's going to impact every one of you, because we know that people move around, they talk, they collaborate themselves. Hey, what do you think about that chaplain program? Have you met these Rocky Mountain Police and Fire chaplain guys? Yeah, they're awesome. Or, man, stay away from them, because we had this chaplain that did this. So making sure that we recognize on that side there is a collaborative, shared expectation that I want us all to have. And what that means for you is it means when you go out, I want you to speak of Rocky Mountain Police and Fire chaplains as if you created it, as if it is yours. I don't want you to talk about it as, look at this thing that Travis is building. Look at this thing that Dan Tippeke built. No, I want you to go back, because most of the folks aren't ever going to meet us. But I want you to carry Rocky Mountain Police and Fire chaplaincy as if it's yours. Speak to it as if you're involved with it to the nth degree, and you're carrying the vision of it so that we can continue to move into places that we're not at yet. There's 64 counties in this state. I don't even know how many are in Wyoming. 23. And we're not in all of them, not even close. We've got a long way to go. We've got fire municipalities, we've got fire protection districts, we have places that we need to get to, and it's going to take the efforts of all of us moving together, communicating together, and recognizing that we're part of a bigger team. And then lastly, chaplain care. That's one of the things that today is very important to me. We've spent a lot of energy over the last couple of years building and growing. And if you ever, the story of Nehemiah and the wall, Gus, you've talked about this often. There's this sense that we have to start looking at each other and being attentive to what's going on in and around us. We have to care for ourselves. Our speaker today is going to be addressing that. I'm going to be addressing that a little bit more. Some of the expectations of chaplain care. You cannot be caring for the people around you if you're not caring for yourselves. So that's really the theme of what we're going to be talking about today. Most of the people on stage are going to be providing for you some resources, some thoughts, and some expressions for you to care for yourself, to also care for the people that you're serving. So the theme today is, yes, we are building, and yes, we are growing, but as we move forward, because of the number of people that we now have part of this organization, we have to start taking care of each other. So even as we break out and we go into our regional lunches, which you're going to hear about, the goal is to make sure that we find those hubs, those groups of people that we can collaborate with. If we had a rough call, I'm probably not going to drive down to Pueblo and have conversations with our Pueblo team. Probably not going to drive up to Fort Collins. But I am going to go to the people around me that I do chaplaincy around to make sure that we're caring for each other. I bring up Dan again. You've got to have the people in your life that know you. Some of the people that have fallen off and have been asked to leave, they were those that were doing it by themselves. And this is a scenario that I see in pastoring as well. If you're a pastor or you're a chaplain and you're doing it by yourself and there's no one around you and you don't have a team that's holding you accountable, that's watching you with your spouses and your children and just how you move and breathe and deal with things, then you're probably going to find yourself in trouble. So part of today is that. I want to make sure that we care for ourselves in the ways that are necessary. How's that sound? So I'm going to do a couple of things just to highlight what else is going on. Now we go from the vision to the nuts and bolts. We've been wanting for a while to actually have a store. We created a store, and it's not run by me, which is awesome. and we've got some really great models here. Pretty awesome. Thank you for the whistle. Yes, I'm sure that was towards Travis. So you guys now have access to being able to purchase all the gear that you've been asking and wanting to purchase. You can go to the store. We have a bunch of different things and apparel that you can get. The store will fulfill it. You pay for it. It gets shipped to you. Which one do you like, Ashley? Which one are you laughing at back there? Because I know it's got to be this one where I look like a gangster, right? I put that on and I was like, I should be on my Harley right now driving around, right? What's up? So all of these things, we've got some of them downstairs. You'll be able to touch and feel. You can't take them home. You'll have to buy them on the store. They get shipped to you. Generally, if it's in stock, it gets there within a couple of days. I know a few folks have ordered them. Turnaround's actually pretty quick, right? How long did it take for yours, John? 3 days. So we have created a system where I am no longer going to be the funnel that stops everything from moving smoothly. If you want stuff, it's going to be accessible to you. I'll talk a little bit more about what that looks like, but the easiest access is this. On the website, you've got QR codes all over the place. Just go to the website. You press the thing that says store. It's going to take you to a page that looks like this with Scott Moore's face on it. And you push this button, and this is just the bridge from our website to the store, and then you will get to this page, and you can push the shop button, and you can buy whatever you want. So that now is accessible. You guys can start doing that today. You can do it right now. Probably don't, but pay attention. And then next, we've got this really cool shirt. I'm wearing it right now. This is our event shirt today. We made 300 of these today. So on the front, RMPFC, serving those who serve us. On the sleeve, it says Police and Fire Chaplain. On the back, this is our logo with the flag, Police and Fire flag inside. These are available to you today downstairs. $15 today, $20 tomorrow. You can buy as many as you want until we run out of the 300. So make sure you get down there to get those. Additionally, we do have our challenge coins here. We got a couple hundred challenge coins, about 180 challenge coins. We're selling them today for $5. They'll be $8 tomorrow. In order to do both the shirt and the coin, follow with me real quick. Number one, you want to go to donate on the website. If you've got a check or cash, you can do that as well, but this will be easiest. You're going to push donate. You're going to go to the section right here, number 2, where it says, what does it say? Online giving and payment. You push that. It's going to take you to number 3, where you're going to scroll down. And in number 4, you're either going to select challenge coin or you're going to select event shirt. If you want to do both, you're going to have to make 2 transactions because you can't select both at the same time, unfortunately. That's just their system. So if you want to buy 5 shirts, select the shirts, pay for it, select the coins, pay for it, and then you will receive this. This will be an email. You might want to check because the majority of these I'm finding out do go to your junk email box. If it does, pull it out of that and put it in your inbox. Mark it as not junk. That way you get all the emails from us in the future. There's a lot of folks who are like, I never got that. I'm like, well, check your junk mail. Oh, there it is. So this is also a tool for you to make sure that you identify and pull stuff out of that junk box so that you can be receiving all this stuff. You'll take this will be your receipt. You take that downstairs, you take it to the folks standing in front of the coins or the t-shirt, you show it to them, they'll be like, okay, $15, which size shirt do you want? Take your shirt, you're off. Any questions? Did I do that okay? Does that make sense? I'm like, how do I communicate all this really quickly and smoothly? He's like, I don't know. Does it make sense? It's like, kind of. All right, so if there's any problems, you can go downstairs and you can make sure that you walk through that. And we've got a lot of partners here today, and we're going to be highlighting a lot of our partners. I'm not going to go through each of them right now, but all of them are here because they're part of who we are. And they've been a part, they've been involved with what we're doing. We're involved with what they're doing. There's a collaboration that goes on. I want you to meet all of our partners today. They are right below us. And so there's booths and tables set up below us. You also will see, you probably received one of these when you came in. If you didn't, they're probably still positioned on the table out front. You want to make sure you go through and get a signature or their mark on each of their areas. When you've done that, you're going to put your name on it. Make sure you put your name on it. And you're going to come up here and set it up on the stage. We'll have a little box up here. At the end of the day, we're going to draw one out, and we're going to give you $100 free at the store, so you can buy whatever you want at the store. So you might want to wait before you buy stuff, or just buy stuff if you're feeling lucky today. I don't know. But this is important because I want you to go and see them. We'll have time. We're going to have a break in a moment. After the break, we'll have lunch. So you'll have those 2 times. Depending on timing, we'll have another break at the end. And then afterwards, if you still need to see folks, this will already be done. But I do encourage you to make sure you connect with our partners. They're here. They want to make sure they know you so that they can walk through this journey with you as well. So that's it. Partners, some of them will be on stage. I'm going to bring up some of them right. Kelly, Courtney, you guys ready to rock? So this is our first partner presentation. And they're going to come and they're going to be able to share with us a little bit more about what they're doing with responding to relationships. This is fun. And I want you to listen because I want you to consider whether or not you should be going to this. Oh, and you too, huh? Are you the testimony? Fill in. All right, come on up. I don't have your slides. Yeah. Doing it for the t-shirt. All right. I will give this to Kelly to start talking.
morning. My name is Kelly Norden-Gilchrist. I am a retired firefighter, licensed professional counselor, and now I get the honor and privilege to work on this really special project. Our couples retreats are customized for military and responders, and I'm really excited for Courtney to show you how much people really like what we've got to offer. Are we doing slides? What are we doing? I love you. This is not. Okay, let's do that.
Don't talk about the free stuff. I got in trouble for doing that. So my name's Ryan. I'm an officer in Longmont. Like every good cop, I'm on my second marriage. All right, good. All right, got to know your crowd, I guess. So yeah, I went through a divorce. It sucked. This retreat gives you tools, or gives your people tools to make sure their marriage, bring it back to basics, gets foundational. You learn about personalities, love languages, all sorts of things. So there's some free stuff that I'm not allowed to talk about. There's some free stuff. No, what's nice is, cops are really cautious. We've all been to that timeshare presentation where something was offered for free, and then you get to the end, you're like, all right, here comes the sucker punch. It's not here. They ask you to fill out like a 5-minute survey at the end. That's it. So if you're afraid of a survey, okay, then don't go. But it's literally like click, click, click on an iPad, turn it in. Does that make sense? Is there anything else you want to say?
I don't know. I'll think of something at the very end.
Hello, my name is Courtney Harrison. I'm the person responsible for the surveys he's barely complaining about having to complete at the end. There is value in data collection, and I'm here to share some of the value with you. So we've been operating this program and collecting data on it since early 2021, and I just want to go over a couple of key things to give you a little bit more information about who we're serving, where they're coming from, why they're coming, what we think they should get out of it, what they tell us we get out of it, and what you can use to help us promote the program in speaking with the couples you work with. So to date, or actually I should say through last month, since the beginning of January 2021, we've served 1,237 participants. That's a mix of responders as well as military couples and civilians who are married to or partnered with a responder or a military personnel. And they are coming from all over the Front Range. These are just this year, these are points where people are drawing in from. You can see at which points in time different bases are more involved in their recruitment, but really up and down the Front Range, and a couple of folks who may have a permanent address still out of state, but for the most part, reaching Front Range couples. We ask them, and I apologize, this transition from the PC world to the Mac world hasn't been a smooth one for this slide. You can possibly see at the very top, Rocky Mountain Police Chaplains accounting for 1% of our referrals. Well, when we ask people where they heard from us, they're allowed to tell us an organization, a type of individual such as a chaplain, or whether or not they found out on Facebook or through some other social media. So that 1%, if we think back, we've had 1,200 people complete. We've had even more referrals than that. So this puts you around 100 or so participants over the course of the last 3 years. When we dive in to find out a little bit more about not just what organization, but what type of source led you to us, you'll see chaplains are accounting for 9% here. So by that measure, it's a little bit more significant. When we ask couples why they are attending, we're seeing consistency across the last 3 years, and it really is about improving their relationships. I think a lot of people recognize there are challenges and ups and downs in all marriages, but you add the on-call, the trauma that comes with emergency responding, the challenge of deployment that comes with the military, and people recognize that it's something that they need to do is put some effort into their relationship. Okay, so we know how they found out about us. We know what they thought they were coming for. Did you actually have a good experience? Was it helpful? You're seeing these ratings that are in the high 4s. Between a 4 and a 5 is between good and excellent on a rating scale. And that first bar there are the actual number of people that gave it a 5 and said that is excellent. I personally come from a responder family, and I will tell you, at least my father is not easy to please. So if he ever says anything is excellent, I can pretty much count on that being a good experience. So I think seeing that high rating, the high number of people that have said it's excellent, really speaks to the quality of the program. It also speaks to the quality of the program over time. This number hasn't, it fluctuated a little bit, but for the most part, it has stayed consistently high. So we do not do what's called a randomized control trial, where people who are interested, we either assign them to attend our workshop series or not, but we do a study that's called a pre and post. So before they come in, they complete a survey, and they talk about how they feel about things in the relationship. I'm just sharing with you some measures this morning around conflict. And in 2021, what you see here is when participants are asked, how satisfied are you with the way you and your partner handle conflict? The average across all the participants was a 1.9. This scale is from 1, where they are very satisfied, so the smaller the number, the better, like a golf score, versus a 3, which is not at all satisfied, and we're seeing people close to kind of right in the middle that are showing up. Then we ask them at the end of the retreat series, so they've spent a weekend with us plus a kickoff event and had time to interact one-on-one with a community coordinator, and we're seeing a drop closer to that 1, which is a positive thing, moving closer to very satisfied by 0.2 of a point. That's not a huge change, but not only is it a change, it is a consistent change that we saw in 2021, in 2022, and continue to see thus far in 2023. So what does that really mean? It means that when we're asking people this question at the beginning, they're coming in the moderate level of satisfaction, and when they're leaving, it's a little bit better. The average participant who is in our program has been married for 11 years or more. And we're making a difference in a weekend on how they're managing conflict. And those habits and trends have built up over the years and in some cases over the decades. And those are hard things to change. That's stuff within us that we're improving. So very pleased to see that and see that trend continuous, which also speaks to the fidelity of our gifted facilitators in working with the couples we serve. That next measure is an index basically of a variety of negative conflict management skills. So that's whether or not they feel that their interactions with their partner are rude or mean, that there's negative interpretation happening, that their heated arguments escalate into big problems, that couples stay mad with one another over time. When you take that whole scale of things, again, at the time that people are coming in, if you look at the second row, first boxes down there, they're 12.1, 12.3, and 12.4. This is a really funky scale because it's those 5 separate measures. So if they gave a 1, that means that this never happens. Again, that's a positive thing, like your low golf score. If they give it a 4, that is happening often in their relationship. So people, again, are somewhere kind of in the middle, around that 12. But what's important is that you see in 2021, from at the beginning of the workshop to the end, it has dropped from 12.1 to 11.4. So that's getting them closer to never reporting that never is their partner rude or mean, or their small arguments escalate into big ones. Same thing in 2022, we went from 12.3 to 11.9, getting closer to that less frequent happening. And then a huge drop of a full point, which I do a lot of different social service and human service, data collection and continuous quality improvement, and seeing a drop of a full point is pretty remarkable. So I just want to, again, assure you that when you send people, they will learn something that they feel is beneficial and report back to us that they're seeing a change in their relationships and how things are being managed. Real quick, things that are most beneficial, it's these real concrete skills about knowing themselves and their personality, knowing how to communicate more effectively with one another. And what they see as the biggest benefit to attending is just time together. Everybody has that challenge, right? Actually carving out and making time to focus on your couple relationship. On top of that, learning concrete skills to use at home, and really just taking the time to reconnect as a couple. Your big takeaway from 2021 through currently in 2023, more than 99% of the 1,200 people who have participated with us say, yes, this retreat equipped me with the tools necessary to address challenges in my relationship. And again, I've worked with a variety of programs. That's enormous to get a consistent, positive impact like that. So I encourage all of you to learn more about responding to relationships. Kelly will be downstairs to answer any questions you have, and thank you for your time.
Talk to me about what we're doing with this.
Giving free things away.
Okay.
If I drum it
You win. Awesome.
So we've got a self-care kit. Okay, ready? 107-6020. Winner!
I'd check his number.
Definitely check his number. He's from Jefferson County. You never know. So I want to highlight really quickly, 99.1%, I don't know what world you're in, but if you're in a law enforcement or fire world that I'm in, that's pretty rare to find that kind of an acceptance and positive response to things. Secondly, people always ask, well, what does this look like for us? I want you guys can register for this as well. You and your spouse should go to this. You should participate by just being participants. You can sign up. It's free for you as well. You've got a highlight night, which is a couple weeks before the event, where you get together, you go over the expectations, then you get 2 nights away. It is spectacular and it's free. It even has childcare. That fills up quickly, but even if you got kids and that's one of your hurdles, they will provide care all free of cost. Go and experience it so that you can send your officers and firefighters to be part of this. And they're great with you. We don't care how you get there. You can say, look at this great thing that I'm providing. I'm part of this organization that's offering Responder Strong. You should go as a family to get there. They'll promote themselves when we get them there. Secondly, they need chaplains. I know Rich and a couple others who are here have been chaplains on site. So every event, there will be a clinician and a chaplain that's available. So if you go to this event and maybe you're there and you realize that there's some stuff that you're struggling with, that you need the care of a chaplain, then you can reach out, schedule an appointment, and meet with the chaplain that's there. You could also be that chaplain to be helping and serving in that way. And if you're interested in that, make sure you grab Kelly over the break and make sure you sign up for that stuff. Thank you for being here. We're going to take a quick break. Be back here at 10:15. So if you're going to go to your booths, I'll give the booth people, partners, 10:30. Be here 2 minutes ago, please, which might be relevant for some of you. Yes, sir. People haven't thrown anything at you. Good. Well, I'm glad you're here, brother. Appreciate it. I'm gonna get our next group up here real quick. Then I'll chat with you. Would you like to go get lunch?
comes up as I've got pictures of him, but he's like 10 years old. So we're gonna put all these right over here. Just one side.
He said something and I'm like, what? And I'm looking at him, I go, oh, that ain't him.
Chief.
How are you?
Absolutely. And I'm gonna scoot this.
Sorry, I have to split out of here a little early. But
Growing, man.
I think this is my third or fourth time here, and this is the largest group yet.
It's crazy, isn't it?
Developing this little baby, turning it into a track star.
Something. It's turning into something. All right, I'm gonna put these down here. So we're live and we're streaming. Spot. Yeah, how so?
See, I don't have the newest thing that they're turning out on. I haven't received it.
These to you.
Down South Jeffrey. He's a fugitive, and they know he's in there. They just
Sir. Chief Wesseldine from Platte Canyon Fire. Dude,
How are you?
where you staying?
I'm staying in the Springs. Kept my same
You,
arrangement.
you still chose to come though?
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
Well,
Sorry, I'm multitasking.
I understand.
I put
I'm,
the
I'm,
link of our next one of our next guys. So I'm trying to fix that. Hey Eva. How are you? Good to see you, brother. I am glad you're here. Hold on one sec. Like literally, well, someone is calling me right now. All right. So you're gonna laugh. Hey, Leo.
ask questions. Yeah, between the ferns. I like that. All right, folks. The guy in the white shirt's first. So normally when the chief or sheriff says, okay, let's get started, what do? Because at my church, when the pastor gets up and says, let's get started, I probably should start carrying more often, visibly. Kidding. So this is an honor for me to be able to sit here. My hope today is that you'll get a glimpse behind the curtain. I have an opportunity and a privilege at the Golden PD and Golden Fire Department to be brought behind the curtain on a regular occasion, to be able to see what's really going on, to sit down with the chiefs, to be able to talk about what they're seeing, and they kind of almost task us as chaplains to now go. Like they'll feel things, they'll see things, they'll be experiencing stuff, but I also realize that not everyone in this room has that opportunity. So part of what I want today to be is I'm going to ask some questions to hopefully let you see some of what they're experiencing, what they're seeing, but also give them an opportunity to task you a little bit with some direction, some maybe more enthused responsibility behind what you get to do as a chaplain. And so it's my privilege to introduce this team. This is Chief Joe Harvey at the end. Joe is one of my many bosses in the world, and I call him Joe. Don't think that I'm being disrespectful, because what do? You go on your last set of orders always. He told me to call him Joe. Really hard for me to do. This is Sheriff Marinelli. Sheriff is new to her position, but has been around Jefferson County for quite some time. So I'm excited about what she's going to be able to share with us, because she's creating some new things in Jefferson County that's hopefully going to continue to revolutionize the way that we as chaplains can move. Then we got Chief Beal. Chief Beal is a new chief to the Golden Fire Department. Just last night, he's sigh of relief. The city has been talking about whether or not we were going to merge, whether or not we were going to bring other departments in, and last night they made the decision that we're just going to be Golden Fire, which feels good. So the certainty in the future for him, he's breathing a sigh of relief today. And then Chief Wesseldine. Chief Wesseldine has been part of this process. He's come to a few of our meetings that we had 2 years ago to talk about even should we start bringing fire chaplaincy under the umbrella of Rocky Mountain Police and Fire Chaplains. So he's been part of this journey for a while. He now serves at Platte Canyon Fire Protection District, but also has a lot of experience that goes all the way back to 9/11. And so please welcome this panel. So just a heads up, Chief Harvey is going to run out of here at 11:10. He has a funeral to attend, so if he gets up and runs, don't be alarmed. But he has to leave a little bit early, so thank you for taking the time to be here. So first question, what are the biggest things that you guys are seeing as far as just effects upon your people? Go, Joe.
So I love the stage, so I have no problem speaking. But first of all, thank you for having me back. This is my third or fourth time here, and I always appreciate the warm reception we all get, but also that this group is growing in numbers every single year, which is important. The things we're seeing right now are actually a bit of a turn up for law enforcement. 2020 was a very difficult time for law enforcement. We saw a massive exodus across the United States in law enforcement between 2020 and all the way through 2022. So that is positive, that we're actually starting to get better and more recruits, and that there are people having a calling back to the field of law enforcement. In terms of our staff, the stresses of the job don't change. When you're like in our organization, we're going through a philosophical change, and that creates stress. I was in roll call this morning for 2 hours as I'm transitioning my organization into an equitable policing organization. That's a big diversion from traditional mindsets. And these things create stress. Stress of the unknown, how are we gonna do this, how do we get through this, on top of the normal stress that occurs from just being in law enforcement or just being in the fire service. And those things come with making sure your kids are gonna be okay, working shift work, going through periods of time where you don't see your kids because the hours are off, or your spouse because the hours are off. Those things are never ending for us. They're a constant churning, if you will. If you're making butter, it just happens every single day, on and on and on. And then when you sprinkle in significant emergency events, that also creates this dump of dopamine into the body, and that creates stress. And so there's this breakdown of the fiber of the being, and trying to stay connected to family, to your organization, to your peers, and to try to do the job the right way. So for us right now, it's a little bit of dealing with the unknown and where we're heading, and then trying to continue this process of building a strong platform so that when people come into the organization, they feel safe, they feel cared for, they feel needed, and that we're addressing those things that they need. It's almost like Maslow's hierarchy of needs, right? You got to get to that bottom level first and make them feel safe when they come into the building.
Good morning, everyone. For me, I think Chief Harvey's absolutely right. A lot of the stress on our troops comes from administration. I am trying to minimize that at Jefferson County Sheriff's Office. One of the things I'm seeing, society has changed drastically to the point where a lot of our staff is taking the brunt of that. Last year, I never thought in my career, I've been with Jefferson County Sheriff's Office, August will be 37 years. I never thought in my career I would see where we have shootouts. Last year, in a 5-week period, the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office had deputies shot at 3 different occasions. Some of my deputies were involved in all 3 of those shootouts. Thank God nobody ever got hit on either side. However, the stress of having a young deputy surrounded by family that is extremely fearful of what they do for a living, and having one person especially involved in all 3 of those shootings in a 5-week period, that puts a lot of stress and strain on them as to whether they're doing what they're supposed to be doing their calling, so to speak. And so that is the biggest concern that I have, is the safety of our officers, and then what it's doing to them. Right now, I made a comment yesterday, it seems like every bad guy on earth, when we go to get them anymore, they decide to take out 2 or 3 patrol cars by ramming them. That's happening now so frequent that we're actually having discussions about putting our cars back out on the street with the dents, because we don't have the time and ability to get those dents out before we put those cars back out, because it's happening so often. So I don't know what's happening with people trying to have the shootouts, trying to ram the cars, trying to get away. But again, that's what society's doing. We're dealing with that. We have to deal with what it's doing to our staff. I've always made the analogy in the last couple of years while running for sheriff that when you take your car in to get fixed, you want good parts put in it. We all demand that pretty much. We want our cars to be street ready. I want my staff to be street ready, which means if I have to pull them off the street, get under their hood, get some new parts, so to speak, add a little grease and oil and get them ready and put them back out on the street, I want them to be street ready, and I want them to be secure in what they're doing and how they feel about it. And so that's my biggest fear.
Thank you. Yeah, keep going. I want to hear your guys' first initial response. Absolutely.
First of all, good morning. I appreciate the opportunity to speak and bring this forward, but I appreciate the comment the sheriff made about administration being the stressor for a lot of the folks that we lead. Certainly, in reference to what just happened for the city of Golden and the Golden Fire Department, you know, the level of anxiety that was palpable within the organization. When you don't have certainty and everybody's looking at it through their own lens, you are constantly trying to keep the wheels on the bus to keep it going forward so we can do our core services, but at the same time you're being a bit empathetic to what everybody's going through. And you know, I'm mindful that the rooms that we get to be in and the conversations we get to have are not the conversations that everybody gets to have, because not everybody is afforded that level of involvement. So it's up to us to constantly communicate with our staff what's going on, be there for them emotionally, temper that anxiety a little bit, and reassure them without giving them false hope. And it all kind of goes back to what happened at council last night. It's a very narrow path to walk. Very good, very glad to be on the other side of that. And leading up to this, we've of course I've had a lot of folks in my office, had a chance to really make the time. And I think that's the biggest thing is when somebody comes to you, even if you're busy, making that time is more important than any meeting usually that you have scheduled on your agenda. So I put a lot of effort into keeping my door open, and if I'm late to a meeting, I'm late to a meeting. But if somebody has taken that the time to actually approach you, I think you know, more often than not you need to honor that to help them get through, because you don't know if they're coming to you with something. I'm a big proponent of looking at what the root cause is of somebody's behavior or why somebody's coming to you. And if somebody seems off, you know, what they're really asking you to do, or at least the way I interpret it, is to dig just a little bit. And sometimes digging just a little bit, and you all know this very well, you'll open the floodgates to what the real problem is, as opposed to just being a manager and treating the symptom of why they're coming to you and having that conversation. The last thing I'll share in this particular part is very timely. I've been in the fire service for 31 years. I've worked for 5 different agencies in 3 different states and 2 different countries. And culturally, there's a lot of differences there. But one of driving home the other night, on my car, on the Apple CarPlay, a longtime friend name appears. And I have a 3.5-year-old daughter, which is a stressor in and of itself. And she's got my phone in the back because she wants a little bit of screen time, and my buddy's name appears on the screen, and I immediately think, I haven't heard from this person who worked with me at CAL FIRE since the 90s. And I said, well, obviously she got into my contacts, she's dialed this guy's number, and you know, I'm going to hang up, and I hit answer, and he's there. And he says, hey, what's going on? I said, did you call me? Yeah. Oh, not much. What's going on with you? You know, just kind of out of the blue. We were just pulling up in the driveway. I said, let me call you back. So I called him back, and I said, hey, I haven't heard from you in a really long time. And, you know, we made some small talk for a minute, and he said, yeah. He's like, I finally decided to get some help. And the way the short version of the long story goes, he basically, he had kind of drifted to an extreme. People had reached out. He's been in the fire service for a really long time. And he was just telling me about this retreat he got back from. And I said, it was so good because I'm so relieved he finally had something that was recoverable, that was a trigger moment for him to get the help. And one of the things that he's doing through his treatment protocol is reaching out to people that have been longtime friends. And so now we're on a schedule to kind of talk about things because he's somebody who's needed help for a really long time. And I have story after story of things that I could go into from my past, but I think you know, if they become contemporary in the conversation, I'll bring them up. But as far as where the organization is, I have one of my lead peer support lieutenant in the audience. I'm really proud of the organization acknowledging, being available, making it something that, you know, I share from a point of first person perspective. The fact that, you know, my wife and I, we go to counseling, and making counseling just a normal part of the conversation is almost, as you talk about it, like preventative maintenance for your relationships, because we've all seen too many divorces in public safety. So I think where we're at is we're trying to make it normal. We're trying to emphasize that it's a very healthy part of the job, and it's something that's necessary if you're going to go a long time in this profession and maintain your sanity. So I think we're on the right path with a lot of work to do.
Thank you.
That was a great lead-in, because that's what I was going to talk about. Good morning. I was happy to see the first group responding to relationships. One of my captains, I just talked to him yesterday, went to one this past weekend. It was someplace over by Children's Hospital. And he said it was a great weekend. They got a lot out of it. As far as problems, my biggest one is burnout. I work up in the mountains, up in Park County. I don't think people realize Colorado has the highest suicide rate in the United States. Park County has the highest suicide rate in Colorado. We go to a lot of suicides, and it's starting to take its toll. Let's see here. So again, we highly recommend getting the counseling. We got a great chaplain in our fire district. He's there all the time, and that's one of the notes that I have here. The chaplain has to be visually known. He or she can't just be this person that shows up and your people are saying, who's this person? You know, they have to be visually known, and our chaplain is visually known. Along those lines, this seems to be a national thing when it comes to counseling and comes to these relationship things with families. This seems to be conference season, so I just came back just Monday. I was at a national conference, and then I was at a conference in Florida. And our hot topics now are the relationships between firefighters and their spouses. One particular conference is right on the beach in Pensacola, which is not really hard to take in May. The water temperature was 87 degrees. The sand is talcum powder, but they cater, I don't want to be stereotyping, but they cater to the wives. Everything revolves around the wives. We do talks. We get professionally trained people to come in and talk to particularly the wives, but the husbands are sitting in the room, and they explain that, you know, when your husband or your spouse comes home after their 48-hour shift and they don't want to talk, or they're kicking the dog, or, you know, being mean to the kids, it's not that they're mad at the dog or the spouse or the kids. It's mad because we just dealt with 48 hours of shit, basically. It's nothing good. You know, they don't invite us to the card game or the birthday party or things like that. So, and that's what we're dealing with. So this particular conference, you know, the firefighters go and they listen to basically people like me tell our war stories and put some fire pictures up there. And then the wives go out and, you know, maybe they'll have a morning breakfast of mimosas, and then we'll have professionals talking to them about the problems that they're having with their husbands or their significant other. And it's working out really well for us. And then at another national conference I was at, again, there were other speakers that they did breakouts, and it was more for the firefighters to go in and talk to listen to professionals talk, and trying to help them cope with their problems and tell them go to places like responding to relationships and things like that. So, you know, we're on the fire service side, we're really working on it because we see the problem.
Thank you. So there's a stigma, and we're aware of it. We're trying to change it, of asking for help. And I think part of why these folks are here is they've recognized that is an issue, and they're trying to rectify that in the agencies that they have control over. So Joe, I'd like to just ask you that question, because I think a lot of times, even though we talk about it, like you're not going to be punished if you ask for help, but there's still that feeling in a lot of our officers and firefighters that if I do speak up, I might be punished for it. Can you address that and what Golden is doing to make sure that that's not the case?
I think it goes back to creating a safety zone and understanding that our organizations, our jobs, are different than what maybe other people and their families and stuff experience. And that it is okay for us to reach out and say, I need help. Now, in law enforcement, especially when the sheriff and I started, that never happened, right? I mean, you go in on these horrific calls and There was no break. You were expected to go back to work the next day, and many times that night you were back to working, right? It just was expected. We didn't talk about it. It was just done, and you moved on. And I remember several calls where you're having nightmares or, certain smells and things trigger warnings in you. And there was no such thing as chaplains or ever going to a psychologist. They were taboo. It just didn't happen. Well, today, very different, because in our organization, the first thing I did when I took over as chief was to say, our number one priority is our people. Our number two priority is serving the community. As members of the community, they say, well, your number one priority should be serving the community. And I'm like, I won't have good people to serve you if I'm not serving them first. So in our department, employee wellness, our team members are number one, and everything we do is focused on our team members. And it works incredibly well, to the point where I had an employee come in and tell me, I've got to go out for 3 or 4 months because I am dealing with so much trauma that I am spiraling. And we had already seen it, right? And I have such a good relationship with our 3 chaplains and then the psychological service that most of us in law enforcement use, that I could pick up the phone and make a phone call. And that's what we do now. There is no stigma associated with needing a break. That employee goes away. That employee, I could have just left him dangling, right? No, we're calling them every week, every other week. How are you doing? Just to check in. Not that you need to talk to me about everything that's going on, but I'm here to talk to you if you want to talk to me. You know, we go through classes, sexual harassment classes. You can't comment on the way somebody looks, or you can't give somebody a hug. And I say bahooey on that. You know, I had an employee when we brought up this 432 schedule that we're working on, and she's in tears because she's stressed about how this is going to impact her ability to have some flexibility to get home and take care of her family. And on top of that, she's been going through some stuff, and then her husband just got injured, and they're going through some difficult times. And I just walked over and wrapped my arms around her and gave her a hug, and she's crying on my shoulder. And I'm like, it's going to be okay. We're going to get through this. We're a team. And this is what we have to do. We have to break down the barriers, and it's a lot easier now for us. I've seen the TV shows on the fire side of things where we talk about suicide. The same thing occurs in law enforcement. We accept these things now as our reality, and now because they are reality, you can build a culture that allows for somebody to ask for help. And when you do, there is no stigma associated. It is all of us need a helping hand at different times. So that's kind of what we're doing, is just making it part of a natural healing process. And by focusing on your team members first, making sure everybody knows they're number one, they're not afraid to come in and say, I need help.
Thank you. And it's cool too, Joe, when he came in and he established our new pillars and strategies for the future of the organization, and actually included chaplaincy in one of those pillars. In conjunction with that, also made sure that there was going to be mandatory annual check-ins with clinicians. Not because you're in trouble, but just that litmus test. And so making decisions like that are things that you can take back. When someone's asked to see a chaplain, they don't freak out anymore. I don't get the question of, well, what did I do wrong? They just know that we're part of the fabric of the organization, and that changes things. So Sheriff, you had a pretty cool Sunday. You were able to launch one of your main visions for Jefferson County. Going off of that and just changing the perspective and making sure that we really let our staff know that they're cared for. You've done something pretty revolutionary. Why don't you share a little about that?
So I was fortunate, in my years of experience, I've had those spirals back in the day where I got to deal with them alone. So I've got a lot of experience in that. I've had one of my staff members commit suicide. I'm going to pull the gender card here for a second, because every time there was a staff member that was suicidal, I would get the phone call even on my weekends. Reggie, you deal with these so well. Can you go handle this? So I dealt with a lot of our staff when they would go out, get a little bit intoxicated, and then start making the statements that they wanted to hurt themselves. I have actually been on scene and interrupted some of our deputies in the process of committing suicide. And so, not a proud moment for me as a law enforcement officer and for my agency. And I am extremely proud of the sheriff's office, but I didn't like the way those things were being handled. When I have a sergeant that commits suicide and I'm told as the lieutenant, that person wasn't killed in the line of duty. We are not going to acknowledge that suicide. And this was 4 years ago, not that long ago. And I watched what it did to my staff. I watched what it did to the civilian personnel, because we didn't even realize that this sergeant every morning would walk through every civilian portion of our building saying, "Good morning, how was your evening, how was your weekend?" And we literally did not pay one bit of attention to any of those staff members. So 2 years ago, I was fortunate enough to be put in charge of all of the volunteers in Jefferson County, which included the chaplain program, which I'll be honest with you, as a deputy, I really knew very little about. I knew who Rick Derbyshire was. I knew his name. I know many of you know Rick. But that's all I knew. So I started talking to our chaplains, and we brought on Brad Herman, who I later chose as our lead volunteer chaplain. And I'm like, am I the only deputy lieutenant person here that had no clue who you guys are? Because if I didn't know, I'm going to guess the majority of the staff didn't know. So the next thing that happened, I met this guy called Kevin Shive, and we started going to lunch together, figuring stuff out. So I then went over and spent $50 on this gigantic poster that had pictures of our chaplains and their bios. And I started making sure that every 2 weeks that poster rotated to every single division within the agency. And this thing was huge. And I put it on an easel at the entry to every single unit, every single division, with phone numbers. Well, then all of a sudden people are calling saying, "Hey, I had absolutely no clue we had these people." So that got me thinking that peer support was being underutilized. The chaplains obviously were being underutilized. And so we started doing a little bit of publicity getting out. Now that I'm in control, I had a dream, and in 5 very short months, we have saw that dream begin. We redeveloped that chaplain program. We are never going to be out of the redevelopment. We are going to continue to develop. We will never stop. So we have this section in the Sheriff's Department at headquarters that's right dead center. You have to walk technically by it to get to every division in our agency. So I kicked the people out of there that were housed in those 4 offices, huge conference room, huge entry. We replaced them to a different location within the agency. And I hired, and it took me 5 months to do so. His first day was last Thursday. We hired something very new to law enforcement, especially in the state of Colorado. And we hired a strength, fitness, and resiliency manager. This guy, we were very specific on who we wanted. He comes with extremely high credentials and certifications in physical fitness. But he comes to us with tactical fitness. He comes to us with chaplaincy background, which a lot of people don't know yet. He's the total person that we wanted in there. And so we're really pushing the strength portion of that. If people want to go work out, that's fine. But that wasn't the purpose of doing this. It was the purpose of building a total strength and fitness program for our staff. So that means nutrition, that means sleep deprivation, that means financial. Plan for your future so you can retire. All of it wrapped up into one. Unbeknownst to me, the staff, knowing me well enough, surprised me. You have to understand, I'm Reggie as the person, but now I'm the sheriff who has to look at budgets and all that other stuff. And so they came to me and they said, hey, we posted it. We're hiring a part-time chaplain. So the Reggie part of me was ecstatic. The sheriff part of me said, whoa, how can we afford that? And they were like, boss, don't worry about it. We know this is your dream. We're doing this for you. And so I'm proud to say that as of effective Sunday, Brad Herman is no longer our lead chaplain volunteer. He is our lead chaplain, part-time, paid, on staff. So this program is going to grow. All four of our psychology companies that we contract with are part of this. We're going to house peer support. We're going to house even the FOP, the Fraternal Order of Police. We're going to house all of those different entities within this one location in the center of our facility. Talking to Nick Metz back in December, he goes, Reggie, I've heard your dream, and what's going to happen if people are afraid to go in there because of that stigma? We're breaking that stigma, but the other thing I did was ordered a popcorn popper. Because I figure that smell is going to get people in there. And so my goal is it's going to be a gathering location. We have a TV in there. We're going to go shopping for some furniture this next week. And it'll be a gathering place for people to just come, see each other, talk. We'll start doing group sessions on Bible study. This morning I woke up and my mother has dementia and is in a home right now. And I was like, we could do a group with that. Just so people start coming together. The other day they were talking about how many staff members have actually lost children that have passed away. We can do groups on that. So right now I know it's brand new. We did the grand opening on Sunday, and we are going nowhere but up. So a lot more to come and a lot more dreams to be met.
Thanks, Sheriff. Yeah, so she's setting a kind of a high bar, but I think it's a good bar for us to recognize, because back in the day, even when we started conversations, I don't even think I dreamt that you would take the step to hire and pay a chaplain. And so there's some things that are being modeled right now through a number of agencies. Hers is one. I'm excited about what they're doing, but take some of those snippets with you, because we can go back and we can all, here's the thing I've learned. Both in the police and fire world, folks don't like to be left out or be the last to do something. So to be able to mention what's going on in Jefferson County, to say, hey, look what's going on here, it kind of inspires other leaders to think, well, maybe I should do some of that. Because if I really cared for my people, then maybe I ought to move that direction, loosen up some funds from this area, move it into this area. So thank you for taking the lead there. Chief Beal, share some of your thoughts on that too, because I know that you have been supportive both of chaplaincy since I've met you, but also this Never Alone support team, which is made up of a number of different organizations in our region, peers and chaplains and clinicians. So share a little bit about how you hope that helps your world.
Well, I think first of all, we held recently an open house to bring everybody in and to have a little bit of a meet and greet, to normalize, to endorse the concepts that the sheriff was just talking about. You hope it grows from there, and I think the mention of the commonality beyond work is something that we go away from work and then we group up with sports teams or homeowners associations that have get-togethers or some type of other support group. There's no reason we can't facilitate a level of commonality beyond the workplace in the workplace, and I think that's a really good concept. I think to where it'll grow from here is the approach. When I met with Kevin, and I see Mark in the audience too as our former chaplain, it had to be a real natural feel. It didn't feel like an imposition. It felt like it was just dovetailing into the organization, and I think that's Kevin's style. That's his approach, and it fits very well into the fire service culture. And just by having him around, we've gone to highlight being a very small organization, and really up until August, we're really a one fire station organization. Everywhere you go, we try to have the posters up. We have ambassadors. We have even a former Golden volunteer here with us today. Ambassadors that just talk openly about this. And I think to where I would like to see it go is we have to go beyond the one open house per year. We want to have, at our community events, we want to have something that highlights this, posters. We have to put a little money behind it. Now, while we might not be able to dedicate, I like the idea of a popcorn popper, so maybe that's an idea. But I think we need to just make it a part of if the organization, if we go out and touch the community and they have their nonprofits, I think it's good to highlight what we're doing internally and how we can dovetail into the community with some of those other opportunities too. So visibility, I think, is a big one, and talking about it openly, and just understanding the diversity of the peer support team, going beyond one particular chaplain or one particular individual. Not everybody, if we're lucky enough to have a dedicated resource, not that person, no matter how good they are or what their approach is not going to be able to reach 100% of your organization. So you've got to have people that are kind of deputized, for lack of a better term, to go off and have the qualifications and credentials under some of these stronger lead person people in the peer support world to reach all the dark corners of the organization. And if you don't have a diversity of team, you won't reach a diversity of your population, and then you're missing an opportunity. It has to be 100% coverage because we care about 100% of the people. So I think where we grow it from here is just making sure that the team has the appropriate makeup. We're highlighting in the appropriate way, and then we're kind of checking back, and the feedback loop is how well are we doing, and then come up with some surveys, because we don't want to wait for the event to occur and find out we could have done something better. We have to now go beyond advertising and engagement and actually say, how well are we doing and what are we missing, so then we can continue to incorporate those pieces into our Never Alone program.
That's great. So Chief Wesseldine, I'm going to pick on you a little bit. You got one of your chaplains here, and you had mentioned kind of what Chief Beal's talking about. You got to be present. You got to be available. We're going to transition in this latter part where I want you to start setting some expectations for these people here. What do you want them to do? Like, what do you guys as leaders expect your chaplains to be? How do you want them to move? What would it look best for them to be in your area of influence? So you've got Leo.
Yep.
Why don't you share a little bit about how he's been part of your organization and the way that he's been available? What does it look like for you guys?
We're pretty fortunate again to have him. I think we talked about this in one of our first meetings here with like maybe 8 chaplains that were here when we did that. One is they have to know you visually. Your people, all your people have to know the chaplain visually. So Leo came on, I think it was fire chief. I was the fire chief when Leo came and said, this is what I want to do, this is what I want to offer. And I remember we had a lady at Elk Creek. She was basically our corridor chaplain, Pastor Beth, and she was an outstanding person. She wound up retiring and moving, but she was there. Everybody knew her face. She was at the functions, and so this is what I talked to Leo about. He comes from a law enforcement background, and I said, we have to know you by face. You can't just show up and say, hey, can I talk to you? Because I'll tell you right now, policemen and firemen do not talk to anybody else. When things go bad, they bring in the counseling unit, and all the suits come in, and we sit in a big circle, and the suits are the only ones talking, because policemen and firemen are not going to talk to anybody else. They're in the field, they see what goes on, they don't need to talk to the PhD. But believe it or not, those PhDs know that we're not going to talk to them. But they do know that we're going to go out and talk to each other as soon as they leave. We'll talk about them, and then we'll talk about whatever our problem is. But the chaplain has to be out there. They have to be there in the morning, maybe eating breakfast with the people, having coffee. Maybe they show up at lunch. And I don't know about how the police department works, but in a fire department, you don't show up empty-handed. And so, whether it's pie or whatever it is, Leo's been there for dinner. And then we have our dinners, we have our parties, we have our barbecues. We got one guy that's going through a cancer bout right now. So Leo's been basically a mentor to him. And then when things go bad, so Leo comes to our fires. Unfortunately, he has a radio and he's also tied into our CAD page, so he knows what's going on when we know what's going on. So he's getting it at the same time that we're getting it. You know, everybody travels 285. We get some hellacious wrecks on the highway, and I think Leo was at one of them before I even got there. You know, he's there, sees the carnage that's going on. Unfortunately, that day, Park County had a brand new deputy. I had never seen this guy before, ever. Brand spanking new. To be honest with you, I don't even know if they gave him bullets yet. But it was a bad wreck. And so, and Leo had already talked to him, and I went over to the deputy because he was hanging back. I said, "You're brand new here, huh?" He goes, "Yeah, it's my first week." I said, "This is probably your first wreck too, right?" And he goes, "Yeah." I go, "Probably a poor job decision making right here. Unfortunately, he's going to see a lot of this." And I think that guy's gone already, and I think he was gone within a couple of months because just dealing with something that we deal with, and he realized that he didn't want to deal with something like that. But our chaplain is out there all the time. He comes to our meetings. We still have 3 volunteers left in our department, so when we do our trainings, he's there right alongside with our volunteers. Leo is probably never gonna dig line on a wildland fire, but when we're doing our wildland training, he's out there sitting in the classes, seeing what we deal with. I'm not sure, I wasn't there the one night, but he might even have done a shelter deployment just to see what it's like to do a shelter deployment. But the chaplain has to be visually out there with the people all the time.
That's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's good to take with you. So a couple pickups, be there. I mean, you got to be seen, you got to be known, and you got to know them. Food. I mean, seriously, we know this as chaplains. Continue to be around food, and then make sure you find ways in your agency to be invited into those areas. And we go in Golden, I get to go to the gun range, I get to pick up brass, I get to drive cars. Every once in a while, I'll shoot a gun or two. That's really good camaraderie right there to be able to do that. Last time I was out with fire, they put me on a hose and turned the PSI up as high as they could just to see how that would work. They all laughed hysterically like you right now. And but yet, those are the places, and I thank you for bringing that up. You can't just show up and expect because of your title and position to be known. That's important. So you two, bounce off of that too. So we've only got a couple minutes here, about 10 minutes. What do you want these people to know around your expectations of being, like, picture all of them being your chaplains. Tell them what you want.
For me, and we started doing this, but if you are a chaplain for law enforcement, find out when those briefings are and go to those briefings. And then when they ask if anybody has anything extra to say that's extra in the room, absolutely stand up and tell them you're there for them, that you'll go get coffee with people, give out your phone number, things like that. The poster worked really good for Jeffco because we put the pictures in the bios, and people were able to then pick which chaplain they kind of were in tune with according to that bio. But I can't speak for fire, but for law enforcement, be in those briefings. And then also when a critical incident happens, we make sure we're in that briefing the day after that critical incident and kind of swarm them, and they may not reach out, but they know we're there.
I think a lot of it's about approach. Approach is everything. If you are afforded the opportunity to come in, you've got to create some opportunity to engage in those conversations. But with everybody's background and what they're there to do for all of us in the field and what you all do, I think the challenge is trying to find those natural opportunities and letting them talk and letting them, make it about them a little bit, because they will come around and they'll ask you questions and they'll be able to engage. So I think a lot of it is kind of creating the opportunity for them to engage with you, and eventually you'll get to engage with them. And sometimes that might not occur on the first interaction you have, but the more you're around and the more it's very natural for them to want to talk to you and get to understand who you are and what you do, then it's a lot more natural. It doesn't feel like you're at some type of pitch. And everybody needs what you have to offer, but sometimes it's an investment in a lot of time to get to a point where then you finally have a breakthrough with some individuals. And some can be very difficult, and some maybe never at all. But even for the ones you don't reach, if they're in the room with you when you're reaching the people that you can reach because you've taken the time and you've mastered that approach, they're listening to everything that's going on and it's sinking in. And so don't think that every conversation has to be a direct conversation. Those indirect conversations are the most powerful for individuals to do, because they will end up, they may never come back. And I know it's always rewarding when you find out after the fact something you said had a direct impact on what somebody did and how you were able to put them on a different path. But understand that conversation might happen to somebody more local. That conversation might happen peer-to-peer. But by you being there and having conversations with those who are willing, because you've taken the time and you've mastered that approach, you will reach a far larger audience than you even realize. And then I can make the connections, or somebody at the organization can make the connections after the fact to say, it may never have come back to you, but these are the types of things that I'm hearing, and you're actually helping us change a culture within the organization because you've really been mindful in your approach with the organization, and that's the type of stuff that then continues to gain momentum. So I think it's all about approach, and it's all about authenticity and being genuine, all of which you have, otherwise you wouldn't be here, and using that to reach the maximum number of people directly or indirectly. And I think that's the way I see it being most effective.
That's great. So I'm going to throw it to you guys. This is a little risky, so don't make me look bad. Do you have any questions as you're sitting there that you would like to ask these three? Just raise your hand and speak loudly, please. Or stand up. I'll stand up.
The question is going into briefings. She's been introduced in briefings, but she's never sure if she should stand up and actually speak. Be a dog with a bone. Go for it. Because, like they were saying, if they don't get to know you, you never know when that drop in the bucket's going to happen, where they're gonna say, you know what, this is somebody I need to reach out to. But I would say never give up, and if they give you that opportunity, just have a little 30-second, 1-minute spiel and do it, and just let them know who you are, and the passion of what you guys do as volunteers is going to come through. I've never met more incredible people than the people that volunteer. One of the things that Brad and I did last year, there was a grant funding that came up, and I wanted to mention this because if you have any ability to speak to the leaders in the agencies you work for, have them start looking for grants, federal grants. We had one last year, and it was a $500 grant nationwide, and only 10 agencies were going to get it. So Brad and I sat down, and everybody said, yeah, like, you're going to get this grant. Brad came up with the idea. We had a couple people pass away from cancer that had young kids, late teenage kids, early 20s. And we thought that's a very significant thing in those kids' lives, to have their parent die of cancer. And their parent was one of our members of our agency. So Brad Herman came up with the brainchild of doing grief boxes. And we put tea in there, and mugs, and blankets that have the sheriff's office logo in them, books, journals, chocolate. And it was just a brainchild he came up with. We filled out this grant. And I kid you not, we were like, it's 3 minutes of our life. Let's hurry up and write 3 sentences and throw the thing in. I'll be darned if we didn't get that grant. And so I will fund that going forward. And we have these grief boxes that go to those kids of our deputies that pass away from cancer. And they've been a tremendous reach out and connecting with people. And so we'll probably expand that outside of our agency too a little bit because it's worked so well. But it got us a federal grant, and now we're going after a $200,000 grant. Because if you don't go for them, you're not going to get them.
So the chaplain gets a raise. Good question. Question.
My question is, how do nonprofits best interact with you? I mean, we're a relatively new nonprofit, Restoration Ranch, Colorado, trying to get our message out of what we have to offer, not only to the chaplains, but to the agencies and organizations. It's a trust-building exercise, I understand that. That's question number one. My second question is, how can you better utilize members of the public like myself and others who are willing to go out, agitate, educate, and advocate on your behalf? Because I realize so much information that the public does not know needs to be out there. So I'm just curious about your response to that.
So the first part of that was getting nonprofits into our organizations. It's not something we've been good at or gone into. Legal has to be involved in that because we also, the association with some of those things are going to be an issue with legal. And so all of that goes in. We are very much involved in Restoration Ranch and getting that out. And we will advertise any of that stuff in-house for our staff to go and be a part of that. The second part of your question,
It's about how to better communicate to the public issues.
how to better communicate the issues to the public. You know, I think it depends on each agency. We all have social media. We are redeveloping mine right now based on who I am going forward versus the last administration. So the social media part of it is huge. And then you have to be in tune with what the citizens want to hear. I will tell you this, 2 years of campaigning for sheriff, I was very, in my goals, it was always one of my goals to take care of my troops. I did not mention it early in my campaign because I was afraid of how the citizens would react to it. One night, I got a little passionate and I mentioned it, that one of my top priorities was my staff. And I brought out the analogy of the being street ready, just like you want your car to work, you want your deputies to work. And I overwhelmingly found out that the citizens were so on board with that. So I had misread my own citizens. And from that day forward, I was mentioning it. And the citizens actually supported me 100% on taking care of my troops. So I think we take for granted, and I think we're misreading our citizens. The citizens care about our staff. All first responders, I think COVID helped a little bit and really kind of pulled the fire department in with us a lot more than we had been, and then the first responders in the hospitals. So I think the citizens are very much in tune with that first responder thing and that it's a top priority for them. So don't be afraid to go out there and publicize that you're working with agencies and supporting them.
Thank you. So, good questions. We're right at that time. You guys have any closing remarks that you want to give in the next 2 minutes? Just other things that you've not been able to mention today that you want to make sure these people walk away with?
I'll close by saying I appreciate what it is you all do for us and for those who don't have the credentials and qualifications to do that. When I was working abroad, we were going through a downsizing in the fire agency I worked for in the UK, and I was the head of operations. So I was going not only in a different culture, but going around trying to keep things moving forward. And what I was finding is, you know, I didn't have anything left to absorb. My capacity was completely full, and these were just conversations around the kitchen table, where I didn't offload or off-ramp these individuals to other individuals like yourselves quickly enough. And I suddenly became very overwhelmed with the amount of emotional burden I was carrying with just a regular part of the job, I would go in and soak up all the bad energy so they could go deliver service. And then I'd go to the next station, soak up more bad energy and more bad energy. And then there's no place to wring that out because I was working abroad during COVID, so there was no social activities, there was nothing, and it just wasn't sustainable. So now I'm a little more protected and guarded, but at the same time I'm also off-ramping folks. It's not that I'm certainly not absorbing some of that negativity so we can get to where we need to be, but I'm a little more guarded and protected so I don't come home with quite as much for my family and not have the ability to offload or kind of wring that out. So, make sure you're all taking care of yourselves. This is one of those times where, look around the people that are doing what you are doing and you're supporting each other. And I think this is a great time to wring out that sponge because you have the biggest, most absorbent sponges, and we appreciate that. But please make sure you take care of yourselves so you can continue to take care of us.
Thank you. Anything
I'll
else?
just say thank you. We appreciate each and every one of you and everything you do for our agencies.
Thank you. Thank you. So since I got Chief Wesseldine up here, we are going to give a quick award. So one of your guys, your only guy, is actually receiving a service award. So Scott, why don't you come on up, and you can read what it is that this says. Yes.
Leo, can we have you come forward as well? Leo has made a pretty big impact, not only on the Rocky Mountain Police and Fire Chaplains, but also on the community that he serves. Do you know Ben Mulligan? Ben Mulligan thinks pretty highly of you, and so do we, and he echoes the things that we already knew about you. Ben wrote this: Leo embodies what chaplains should strive for. He is always available to the agency and to our peer support, for counseling, for faith-based conversations and non-faith-based conversations. Leo has proven to us that chaplaincy can be a very positive support system even for those that don't subscribe to a certain set of beliefs that he does. He comes to us with love and non-judgment and works hard to make sure that all of our people here in the department know that he is there for us. It is a time when religion and belief can be a very divisive issue, and Leo continues to bring our people comfort and love regardless of where they sit on the spectrum of religion. He continues to impress me with his devotion to humanity, to mental health, and is a great friend to our agency. This paragraph only is a glimpse of the value that he brings to our program. Leo, he echoes the things that we think of you. We are excited that he nominated you for a 2023 Service Award. And not only have you been nominated by the Rocky Mountain Police and Fire Chaplains Agree, so congratulations on being awarded the 2003 Service Award.
Ben would have been here, but his boss made him go somewhere else today. He had to work.
Can I say one thing real quick? Behind every good man is even a greater woman. Should I please say that? I can't do what I can do without that woman. I can do that.
Amen. Thank you, Leo. We're going to take a 2-minute. You're going to stand up and stretch while we reset. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in 2 minutes. start, give that announcement.
And where's the food now?
It's next door, in the cafe.
In the cafe.
Yep. And here's an extra mic if you need it. They're all hot.
I'll give this to Ashley.
Good?
Yeah, I'll let you bring it back. Is that all right?
You can bring it back. You can bring it back?
A lot of people left.
I'm very good listeners. I'll let you advance the slides.
See?
You want to advance the slides? Okay. Just.
Right.
All right, folks. That was our reset. As I said, quick, painless, and easy. We're going to give a quick highlight, which will be a precursor to what we're going to do over lunch. So one of our visions is going to be kind of set forth right here for you to understand one of the areas that we really want to invest in the coming years. And so with this, Travis and Ashley are going to share about regional alliances.
It's been our vision over the last couple of years. So if you are a partner and you're going to be downstairs during the breakout, we invite you to go get your lunch now so you can start eating real quick so you can have your meal before all the questions come. Just in the cafe next door is where it'll be. So one of our visions over the last couple of years is to establish these regional alliances for a couple of different purposes. But some of the things that we mentioned already today is we're involved in a lot of critical incidents. And so when those critical incidents comes, where do you get your support? You get your support from here, Rocky Mountain Police and Fire Chaplains, but you also get your support from those chaplains that are in your region. So it's critically important for you to know who your regional coordinator is, as well as those other chaplains in your area. So if I could just get all the chaplain regional coordinators to stand, I'll introduce you real quick because we're going to have a breakout session just after this. So in the blue there is Rich Rodriguez. If you wave hi, he's in Douglas County. So he and El Paso with Hui. Where's Hui? I don't see Hui. There he is right there. So they're going to be in a room together. So you guys are going to be meeting together. John here is in Adams County. So he'll be with Justin, I believe. I can't remember who you're with, but he's with Adams County. And the back there is Justin. He's with Arapahoe County. If you'd raise your hand and say hi. Leo, you guys got a little brief introduction to him as well. And Jared here, he's in the northeast Colorado side of things. And I think that's all. Brad Herman in the back with Jefferson County. And who else? Am I missing anybody? Raise your hand if you didn't. Ashley here. I'm sorry. Right next to me. Boulder. So you're going to be breaking out with those guys. Rick Christopherson is here. He's up in the Larimer County area, Larimer region. So he'll be one of our breakout sessions as well. So in a moment, we're going to break out for lunch. But before then, we're going to give us a quick couple of things. If I can have Jared and Leo come up here. They're going to give a quick synopsis of two examples of why regional coordinators are so important. So we'll let Jared start off here. I won't steal his thunder. I'll let you share that story.
So we'll make this brief, right? 2 minutes is what we got. The stuff that gets talked about with Rocky Mountain Police and Fire Chaplains, if you're new to this organization or new to chaplaincy, it's not just hyperbole. All the folks that have been up here so far, I mean, this is not just kind of theory, pie in the sky kind of stuff. We had a deputy in our region after a critical incident. He watched a woman burn to death in her car and watched a fellow deputy almost die as a result of that accident, and that sent him in a spiral. And I had known this individual through my chaplaincy work for a long time, but come to find out, he'd been struggling with things over a period of years and never disclosed them to anyone, despite seeing him time after time. He had made a suicide attempt, an attempt at fatal self-harm, about a year prior to this critical incident, but kept it to himself. That call put him over the edge, so we ended up in the hospital one night because it had come to my attention, we need to get some intervention for this deputy. So the things started in motion like they do in the departments, and there's certain things that have to be in place. Well, he heard the word leave, which administratively and paperwork side is what has to happen a lot of times in a lot of departments to get some of these very structured interventions going. Well, when he heard the word leave, he heard, and in his mind the translation was, my career is over. that wasn't the case. So we're debriefing from this critical incident, and I get done with that, and I have got the lieutenant in tears, and he said, Chappie, we got to go now. He said, we just stopped this deputy from putting his service weapon in his mouth. Ended up at the emergency room. I was able to interact with the doctor. They did not do an M1 hold. I said, we can help this person through a different means, and this is middle of the night kind of stuff. 2 phone calls, and we had placement for this deputy in a specialized unit. So I want you to know when we talk about this stuff, it's real and it works. 1 phone call to Travis, literally at about midnight, answered, and he said, call Nick Metz. God bless Nick and Sarah Metz if you've all worked with them. So I called Nick, and he said, this is the place that they need to go. We had a phone call. I was able to work with the clinician. They're kind of protective of their process, at least in our area of the world, so to be let in was very nice, and we got that deputy. He was transported out of Sterling at about 2 o'clock in the morning, and I actually just got a text from him sitting in this meeting. His return to work is June 16th. So folks, this is the benefit of these regional alliances, the website. Even if you don't know who to call someone on the website. We will get you connected to whoever you need to get connected. This is experiential, it's real, and it works, and this is the real value in Rocky Mountain Police and Fire Chaplains.
Leo's got another story. If you would share just briefly about your experience.
I've been working with a deputy in Park County, and I actually called him this morning and said, can I talk about this? Because as you know, as being a chaplain, we take our confidence. When they come to you with something, you have to keep it under your hat. And this deputy kept having colds, flus, to back up, divorced, 2 little kids, single father, full-time deputy, commuting from Colorado Springs to Park County, Fairplay. Lots of pressures. He also had several critical incidents where a semi overturned in downtown Bailey on its top. Talked to the woman for a few minutes. She was very coherent, and when Platte Canyon showed up, they tried to extricate her. They were able to feel a pulse, all this craziness, and she died on scene. And to make it worse, as they were lifting the vehicle off, one of the hydraulic units failed, it dropped again. So you can imagine the horrific stuff that this deputy imagined. So what concerned me was in our conversations that we had pretty daily, and there are a handful of people, actually quite a few, that I said daily devotionals to, and they accept them. In fact, they ask me sometimes when I don't do it, are you okay? He was one of them, and I noticed that he just wasn't hitting on all 8 cylinders because he was always sick. And he said, I don't want to let my lieutenant down. I'm not feeling well. I feel like I got a cold. And I said, well, did you call your lieutenant? You need to let them know people are counting on you. And he said, I'll call her right now. Within 20 minutes, he called me back and he said, I got to tell you something. He said, I'm drinking. And he said, the reason I have colds and flus is not because of cold and flus, it's because I'm drinking on my days off and I can't get to work when it's my shift. And I said, what do you want to do? He said, I need help. So I made a call to Travis and Kevin and said, okay, we have a guy that needs help. Within 5 hours, we had him on a 30-day detox through the Family Medical Leave Act and through his agency, which is wholly accepting of helping this deputy. He went away for 30 days. He came back a changed man. The first day he was on shift, he came quickly over to my house and said, you saved my life. And I said, no, sir, I did not. You saved your own life. I just happened to give you the tools to do it with. He said, I can taste my food. I know what things are like now being sober. And he's back on the job. In fact, he is off today, and he'll be on in a couple of days. So alliances work. Connections work. Knowing who to call and get help work. These folks here, the leadership, they're always there. Thank you.
Leo mentioned a couple things, so did Jared. On our website, there are so many resources that are readily available to you. Sheriff mentioned benevolence. We can help you raise funds for your officers that are in need, whether it's cancer whether it's fire, we did that for folks, whatever the case may be. Check out our website. You, as chaplains, as regional coordinators, need to know that. A great resource. Ashley is one of our most revered, I don't know. She's our gold star regional coordinator. She's going to share a little bit about what that looks like.
I don't know that I'd say that, but thanks. So my name is Ashley. I'm the regional coordinator for Boulder County, and we haven't had a whole lot going on in our agencies the last couple years, but when we dealt with both the King Super shooting and the Marshall fire, that was kind of my introduction to what the regional coordinating piece was going to look like, because we started navigating different calls with other agencies, and then by trade having their chaplains show up as well. So this is kind of an awesome opportunity that I've had to step into regional coordinating and then create that model across the board. So one of the things that we look at, has anybody heard of the French fry model? Do you guys know what that means? Great. So the idea of the French fry model is that no matter what McDonald's you walk into, your French fries are going to taste like a McDonald's French fry. When you walk into the store, it's going to look like a McDonald's store. Wendy's has the same thing. Chick-fil-A has the same thing. You walk into a Chick-fil-A, you're going to taste the same French fries that you do at any other Chick-fil-A. You're going to always hear my pleasure. Like, fill in the blank, that cut and dry model of what chaplaincy looks like is, or what French fries look like, so to speak, is what we want chaplaincy to look like. And so within each agency, you have a team of people. So I have our Boulder team right here, and within that Boulder County, we have 7 other law enforcement agencies, and then we're in the process of working on fire. So that idea is that in your agency, you're going to have connection with your people. So that each agency has a team lead. That team lead is responsible for their people, but each county has, or each region has a regional leader. So that regional coordinator is going to be the one who's in touch with all of your team leads. And so the goal is for them to meet every other month, or every month with one of the agency's reps. So if I'm meeting with my Boulder team, and then the next month I'm going to meet with our lead chaplain from the sheriff's office, and the next month I'm going to meet with our lead chaplain from Lafayette PD and Erie PD, and so on. And then quarterly, the idea is that we're all going to get together so that if and when we have these critical incidents, we're seeing them more and more. It's not strangers that are showing up on your team. It's not like, oh yeah, I think they're another chaplain. I maybe seen them at the annual meeting. It's like, no, this is Jared, and I trust Jared with my life, and I know that he's done an incredible job in chaplaining in his agency, and I'm going to trust him to hand whatever situation over to him so that I can then go and do whatever I need to do. And so that's kind of the expectation that we're going to have regionally. We have, what did we say, 63 counties?
64 counties
64 counties in Colorado alone. Right now, I think we're breaking it down into about 13 regions, and so the goal is that as we grow, those regions will grow as well, so that you're not doing this alone. So rather than calling Kevin and Travis at midnight, so that they're not getting a phone call, you're going to call your regional coordinator, because your regional coordinator is going to be connected to us as well, so that they have the resources and information that we have, and they can give that to you. So that way we let Kevin and Travis get a little bit more sleep at night, but you guys still have the resources at your fingertips because of this regional coordinator model. Does that make sense to everybody? So that is my vision, that's our vision, that's what I've gotten to start helping create in Boulder County, and we look forward to creating that across the state and Wyoming as well.
So on the maps above us here are the different agencies that we are part of. Blue is for law enforcement, red is for fire. So as you can see, we're growing, and we're all over the state. There's more that are national, but those are the main areas there. We're gonna break now. So in the lobby, you're gonna see posted different regions and different meeting rooms. On your lanyard, it should have your region that you are part of. So if you take a look at your lanyard, it'll tell you what region you're part of. So you'll go out to the lobby, and you'll be able to see which room you'll be meeting in. We'll also be breaking for lunch. So the instructions for lunch is going to be across the hallway into the cafe. There are 2 long tables set up with Chick-fil-A, who have graciously donated lunch today. So make that expeditious, because we want you to meet with your regional coordinator to get to know them and talk about some few questions that they'll have for you. So make that quick. You'll spend about half of your time together as a regional meeting, and then you're going to meet with the partners that are downstairs in the basement. So make sure you take advantage of making sure you get all of your checklist done, so that you can be entered into that raffle, as well as get to know some of the resources and great partnerships that we have on that. And anything else?
So we realized that it's a little complicated to get a coin in a shirt. So hopefully you've figured that out, and you can buy them while you're eating and so on and so forth. If there's no one at the table, I trust you to police yourself. If you bought a coin, take a coin. If you bought two, take two. Same with shirts. So if there's no one there, please just understand the process, pay for it, grab what you need. If you've got any questions about it, grab one of us. We'll help you through the process. We will be back here at 12:45.
12:45 sharp, we'll have our guest speaker, our keynote speaker begin then.
Good?
Let me turn this off.
Yeah. I think we're all right. You're not getting fuzzy yet. Good shot, dude.
We're a little bit long.
No, you're good. You're good. There's all I.
yourself. Okay. And you'll be hot. recorded that one. I was like, hey, Tori, thanks for coming on. Okay, guys, 2 minutes, and then for the folks downstairs, I'd love for you to go down and see partners. You're ready.
I'm ready. Let's do it.
We will not be ready. We will. We'll be ready. Of course we will. That was a mic drop. Kevin has no fund. Well, thank you all for being the only responsible ones here. Right? Libby, huh? Yeah, just get them in here. So I don't want you guys to suffer for their tardiness. Bring them up front here. Set them all right here. Fold it in half. Perfect, perfect. Was he? No? Okay, good. All right, well, we're going to let a few more people trickle back in here. Is there a red car right there? Just parked? What fire guys parked illegally out there? I know, right? It's painted just for them. All right, guys, we're going to start back up. I'm going to bring up, actually, I'm going to make a couple quick announcements. So if you're having any problems accessing shirt stuff, let me know. We can do it even afterwards to make sure you get that and coins. In the back, I don't know if you noticed this, but we have body armor sitting back there. That's actually just free to take. A lot of agencies don't have access to body armor. So if you're in police or fire and you want to make sure you grab something, I would encourage you to wash it. I did not wash it for you. And so this is coming offline. Could have been some stinky guy or girl who's worn it for 5 years, and I don't know if they ever washed it either. So you have to take out the armor to wash the exterior, then you can wipe down the interior with a rag or Clorox rag, but do not wash the interior armor part, and then you can reassemble it and use it. So please take it, even if you've got someone else in your agency. One of the things we want to make sure we do is if you are going out in a police car, you need to make sure that you have body armor on. That's not the standard for fire at this point, we'll figure out what some of the safety standards are in the fire world. But if you're a chaplain riding in a police car, you are a target, regardless of what anyone tells you, and you should have body armor on. Good? All right. So I'm going to bring up Denver Seminary. Brad, are you both coming up? Perfect. All right. Well, you guys come on up. Tell us a little bit about Denver Seminary, but you also have a giveaway. And if you want to go ahead and grab a name out of there to give your thing.
Got to realize I'm a professional preacher, teacher, so I've got the next hour and a half, I think, right? I am going to start by just giving you one word of encouragement, a reminder. I come from a family of professional public school educators, and there's a book, I don't even know if it's still in print, but listen to this title. It will remind you of self-care. You'll never forget this title. The title of the book is, If You Don't Feed the Teachers, They'll Eat the Students. True book for school administrators. Remember that, the importance of self-care. We're from Denver Seminary. I'm faculty in administration, been there 24 years. One of my dear colleagues will be the next speaker, so you'll get a chance to hear a little bit of who we are through what she shares. Denver Seminary is a graduate school. We do have multiple degrees available in MDiv, Master of Divinity, MA, Master of Arts in multiple areas, as well graduate certificates, which are not full degree programs, and we even have what's called non-degree seeking, which this is tied in by limits of our accreditation, that up to 15 credit hours you can take without declaring a major and officially pursuing a degree program. But the important knowledge for today is that we have a significant number of programs, courses in chaplaincy and in pastoral care, which is where Eva and I, Dr. Bleeker, and I teach and are engaged. An important thing to realize about those, we've got the pastoral care, which is, these are kind of the flyers here. You can take those. Bethany is who is down at the table meeting you one-on-one. She said, please don't make me talk up here. So she's standing here. The lovely Carol Merrill dating us. But it's important when you think about, we've got pastoral care, which is much more where I come from, ordained minister, Evangelical Free Church, 15 years in the pastorate, which is not that chaplaincy piece. It's more landed in the faith-based organizations, I do help train, as Eva will be taking over some of the significant roles in our chaplaincy coursework and programs, which is that cooperation without compromise, looking at our dear Army friends back here. We stole that language from the Army, and it has gone into other areas of chaplaincy. So that's that chaplaincy piece. But important to put across to you the chaplaincy and pastoral care degrees, certificates, courses, our content, think head knowledge, our competency, skills, but also very much based in supervised, mentored experience as well. So you're going to hear a lot more, just not necessarily directly, hey, my name is Dr. Eva Bleeker, I'm recruiting you for these programs, but as she shares from her heart and from her experience as a past pastor and professional chaplain, as she shares with you that idea of feed yourself so you don't eat your clients, eat your, what it would be if it's not students, police officers. There we go. So we have as a giveaway, and what we're going to have to do is take the name of the person. It will be a Yeti mug, yay Yeti, Denver Seminary t-shirt, not made by Yeti, and a book not written by Yeti. But we're going to have to take that person's name, t-shirt size, and address so we can get it to them. So you have a number for us? How's that? Did I talk fast enough? No.
107-5965.
Must be present.
Must be present. Santa Claus says must be present.
107-6004. There it is.
Talk to Miss Bethany and she will get your information. Thank you very much, Kevin.
Thank you. So, as we move into this next section, I just have an illustration that I want to share with you. I need a couple volunteers. Travis, I'll give you one. Emily, here's one too. So for me, I as a pastor, as a chaplain, but also as a father, as a husband, as a friend, as someone that's just trying to move through life that has all the same pressures, usually what I tend to do is find myself operating from my Christian background. I go to the well. And I go to the well every once in a while and I fill up a little bit. And I don't fill up all the way. But I'm constantly mindful of the fact that I've got to take care of myself. This is an illustration you guys have all seen. But I want to anchor this in as we go into our next area. And what I tend to do is then I walk away from what it is that gives me life, what it is that sustains me, what it is that fills me. And I go around and I say, hey, Jersey, and she's hurting. And so I go to her and I give her a little bit of help. And I come over here and Travis is hurting and he's doing stuff, so I give him a little bit of help. And then I come over here and I'm going to help Emily, and I don't really have a lot left to give. Who feels like this sometimes? Is this kind of what we do? This is where we're finding ourselves at that tip of the spear. We often walk around with this. This is the image that defines us. We're empty. I don't think as chaplains we should move this way. We are commissioned by God to move into our agencies to be overflowing, to be the ones that people can look to understand what it means to move through busyness. How many times when you introduce yourself, how you doing? I'm busy. I did it a couple times, right? We just did it at lunch. How you feeling? I'm busy. So what it is that defines us, what it is that we express, becomes very important as we move as chaplains. In Scripture, we see over 72 times this occurrence and this imagery of being overflowing. We see it in the Old Testament, we see it in the New Testament. We've got this concept. What I want us to be is this. You guys come in. This is what this needs to look like. I am so tapped into what it is that gives me joy, peace, truth, and grace that when I start to fill up in such a way that I overflow and the people around me, they've got nothing other than to get wet. It's my church, don't worry about it. This is what it needs to look like. The people around get splashed by this, they move back. This is where I hope we move to. You didn't wash your hands.
think that for me, that's a powerful illustration of who I want to become. Now, I don't live like that all the time. I actually am showing up today feeling a little burnout, a little compassion fatigue, realizing that my daughter's graduation was Saturday, and we've somehow decided to plan her graduation party in 2 days, 3 days. And then I decided, well, why don't I preach this Sunday as well? I mean, what the crap am I thinking, right? And so in the midst of this, we find ourselves moving in a way that I'm feeling dry. And I'm going around and I'm showing up to people like Emily, needing to be overflowing. I need to be whole in myself, and I got nothing left to give her. As chaplains, we should not be showing up with nothing left to give. And so as we move into this next section, I want you to be really cognizant of caring for yourself. So I'm going to bring up Emily, or Eva, sorry. Emily,
No worries.
Eva. Same E names. Remember I told you at the beginning, I'm always worried about introducing people. So Dr. Eva Bleeker is from Denver Seminary. This is actually the first day that we've met, but which is pretty exciting. She comes very highly regarded and recommended. She moves in this world, she's studied in this world, and she's going to be able to bring to us a perspective that I think will challenge us to move closer to where we need to be whole. So thank you.
Thank you for having me. You're good.
That's her. That's what she does. She's very...
I am wearing the same jacket, actually.
You are? Are you really?
I am.
Where'd I go?
I don't know, Kevin.
Where am I going?
Where are you going?
I don't know. It's off. Hey, just disregard.
Okay. I've actually never seen this demonstration before. That was really powerful for me to see. I want to say it is such a joyful thing for me to be in this gathering. I didn't know that there was an army of first responder chaplains just up the hill from where I teach chaplaincy down in Littleton. And I want to move us toward the place where our cups are overflowing, like we just saw in this illustration. But it's going to take a minute to get there. So the place where I want to start this afternoon is with a story called The Worst Night of My Life by Chaplain Eva Bleeker. So this was fall 2009. I was about a month into my pastoral care chaplaincy residency. So I was learning how to be a hospital chaplain. I was in a level 1 trauma center in downtown Dallas, and we were big, 1,000 beds. We had brand new emergency department, ED. We thought our trauma stuff was the best. And this was my first night covering the house, so the whole campus is mine. My shift started at 6:30 p.m. on Friday night and went 12 hours to 6:30 a.m. Saturday morning. I can't think of a group of people who would know as well as you that that is not an interval of time characterized by people making good choices. Yeah, so I came on, I got the handoff at 6:30, and I moved into this 12-hour shift. And I had barely gotten my head together when the calls started coming up from the ED. And I'm just going to give you the bare facts of what happened in those 12 hours. The first thing that brought me downstairs was a high-profile gang assassination. This man had been shot 3 times in the chest. His wife saw the whole thing. His great-grandmother, down to his toddlers, were in our waiting room, along with about 25 of his guys. And they were bereft at his death, just bereft. That was the first thing that happened. The second call that came into the ED that night was the result of gun violence that had erupted at a club. And a 19-year-old boy who was not involved with the shooting had caught a bullet, and he came in to our facility. We did everything that we could for him. He still died. And that was my first experience doing notification, was telling his mom and dad that not only was he not coming home, but his body was in the custody of the medical examiner. They couldn't even see him. So we're getting on toward midnight here, and the house supervisor tapped me at that point, and he said, Chaplain, just keep an eye on what's going on over there. And what was going on over there was that a young couple, like early 20s, Vietnamese speaking, almost no English, had walked themselves into our ED. The woman was in way preterm labor, like way too early for her to be delivering her baby. So I did, I kept an eye on that. The third violent thing that came into our ED that night was the result of some kind of initiation rite. A younger guy, early 20s, had been asked to prove his loyalty to a group. You picking up what I'm laying down? He had been instructed to run across 10 lanes of freeway traffic. I-45 South, Dallas County. He did not make it. And then a fourth situation came in. Middle-aged man, in despair, had fired a handgun into the side of his head. He did not die right away. His skull had shattered into his brain. There was nothing we could do for him medically. He knew that he was dying. He was in extraordinary pain and the most acute fear I've ever seen in a human being. Then I got a call to come upstairs. You know, the ED's in the bottom of the hospital, babies are at the top. So I went up to the NICU, and it was on behalf of this Vietnamese couple. So her little 20-week son had been delivered surgically in our OR. Hospital staff, so compassionate, wanted to make sure that mom got to see him and touch him while he was alive. So she's coming out of anesthesia. She's just had abdominal surgery. We've got little baby boy on short-term life support in the NICU. This was also a first for me. So we commemorated his short but sacred life, and then he died. Then I got called back down to the ED for the fifth and final violent death of the night. A minor, male, sex worker. Whoever picked him up that night had stabbed him 17 times. This is my first night covering the house. I have no memory of handing off to whoever came in after me. I do remember that when I was driving home, the sun was coming up, and I was listening to the radio, and the top story on the news was the first situation I had worked the night the gang hit. That just rippled out through the city of Dallas. And I had witnessed his death. We were 7 days apart. We were born 1 week apart from each other. And I was driving home, and he was in the morgue. So let me pause there and say a couple of things. Of course, as the employee of the hospital, it was my job to be supporting the patients, their families, and their network of loved ones and friends. It was my job to be supportively interacting with the house staff, with the trauma docs, with the ED nurses, with everybody running radiology, everybody doing everything on behalf of my hospital. But that night gave me my first window, my first insight into what you all do. Because who was everywhere in my ED? EMTs, police officers, police detectives, the people under your care, And so I want you to know that that's my perspective when I say that I esteem you. And I know that your work is more than essential. It's critical. So I've worked with first responders for 10 years of hospital work. And also, while we have paused the story of the worst night of my life, I want to start playing with the idea of self-care. How do we get to the point where the water is splashing out of us, where we can't help but get the people wet who are standing next to us, to use Chaplain Kevin's language? So I'm a researcher now, in addition to being a chaplain, and so I want to collect data. When I say self-care, what comes into your mind? You can call it out to me. Sleep. What else? Exercise. What else? Prayer. Time off. Recreation. Meditation. I wish you were wrong about the diet piece. When I'm in the kind of stress that I just described, and especially in those years that I was moving from day shift to night shift, I eat like I'm in the NFL. And I don't mean like Tom Brady's 80% vegan NFL. I mean something else. Anything else that you want to say about what comes to your mind when I say self-care? Connection with family. Creativity. Love. I missed the one in the back. Counseling. Friends. Okay, why am I doing this? Because I want to make the point that more or less, we kind of know how to take care of ourselves. Like the collective wisdom that you just contributed is a pretty strategic, scientifically backed self-care plan. Like, not one of you said, you know what I think would help me have longevity in first responder chaplaincy? I really need to up my drinking. And I'm gonna cut my sleep back to about 3 hours a night. I'm gonna sit in the dark by myself a lot and limit my diet to the giant gummy bears. Like, we kind of know. We kind of know what a good choice looks like that leads to long-term flourishing in really hard work, and what poor choices look like. We kind of know that. So there's something else going on in our discussion of self-care that we need to take apart, and it falls between knowing our need for self-care and the implementation of self-care. There's something that I want to examine right there in between the need and the implementation. Take a drink. So I want to give you a two-step strategy. Each step is a question for pastoral reflection. And I'm a professor, so we're going to quiz a little bit. So the first question is, what story am I telling myself about self-care? This is the place that needs reflection in between knowing the need and implementing the plan. What story am I telling myself about self-care? So I want to jump back into my story now, the worst night of my life. I drove home. I spent the rest of the weekend in, I'm pretty confident, a mild state of shock. That was a lot of secondary trauma for a chaplain who was a month into the job. I wasn't very talkative. For me to forget to eat is a huge indicator. Not really feeling my feelings. I went back to work on Monday, and I was really, really, really skillfully debriefed by one of our other chaplains that helped me go back into the clinic. But work for me was this residency in pastoral care. So I'm spending 4, 5, or 6 days out being the chaplain in the hospital, and then 2 days a week as a student. sitting in a circle with other people who are training for the work. And what we started shortly after the worst night of my life was a reading seminar, and we were all supposed to read this book about self-care. And my reaction to being forced into a reading seminar on self-care was rage. I was not thankful for the opportunity to unpack what was going on with me. And I got my first opportunity to consider, what's my question? Yes, yay. Okay, what story was I telling myself about self-care? So the story I was telling myself had 2 chapters. Chapter 1, main idea, something like this: I do not have time for this. I am working minimum 60 hours a week, and what that work is moving from one room full of suffering to another. All I do is accumulate losses. I don't have time to sleep, cook. The idea that I could move toward a strategic self-care plan right now is insulting. That's chapter 1 of the story I was telling myself about self-care. Ooh. Chapter 2. Da, da, da. You decide. Chapter 2 of the story I was telling myself about self-care is a little more serious, living a little bit more deeply in my identity. And the chapter 2 main idea went something like this. Let's say I found some time. Let's say I received a gift of time during which I could process what I'm witnessing here in level 1 trauma land. Well, I think if I let my emotions in relation to what I've seen have a little air, if I process those emotions, they would destroy me. I'm pretty sure that feeling those feelings would reduce me to particulate matter. I don't know what's happening right now. What should I do, Kevin? We roll with it. What's chaplaincy? The theme song of chaplaincy is flex and obey. There's no other way to be happy. That's the theme song for us, right? Okay, so chapter 2 of the story, if I feel my emotions, I'm gonna die. So instead, my strategy is I'm going to pretend that I don't have any emotions. And furthermore, while I'm pretending that, I'm going to imagine that that pretending does not have any consequences for me or for anyone who loves me. God help them. I'm gonna keep moving. I got this. That's chapter 2 of the story that I was telling myself about self-care. Now, I know that I'm not alone in telling myself that story. I know it because that's what most of the people that I worked with in emergency healthcare are telling themselves, that they are dead inside, that they are immune from the effect of what they see. And I don't know your populations as well as you do, of course, but my understanding from the research that I have done is that first responders are super pros at telling themselves that story. Am I right? I wish I were wrong. You can see that that story was going to run me off the edge of a cliff. I'm going straight for disaster, telling myself that story. But I did get a hold of it and discovered some of the things that were wrong with it. One is that story doesn't recognize that I have any limitations or any of the needs that you all already named. Did you notice what else was missing from that story? My faith was absent from my trauma response. So when I was telling myself a story about self-care, it's probably a little bit different than yours. I will tell you, in my history, there is really good reasons for me to separate what I love about the Lord Jesus and the traumatic experiences that I've had in my life. And so when I went into trauma, even though I am the pastoral care professional in the room, I just kind of lost track of what I think is the center of my life and just kept on pressing through. And so that brings us to the second question. So what was the first question? What story am I telling myself about self-care? The second question is, does that story align with God's story? Does the story that I'm telling myself about self-care align with God's story? So the skill is to take what we have discovered in the narrative that we're feeding ourselves, kind of objectify it and hold it apart from us, and take a look at it, attend to it without judgment. There's good reasons for that story. And bringing as little anxiety as possible to it. We can never be without bringing anxiety, but just as little as possible. Look at the story and ask ourselves, how does this story that I'm telling myself compare with God's story? And I'm going to give you just 2 examples of what I found going through that process. The first thing I found were abundant connections between the worst night of my life and the witness of the Gospels. Abundant connections between the worst things I had ever seen and what's contained in the New Testament text. 1, a baby coming to a minority couple who's far from home in chaotic circumstances. 2, violent death. I will tell you, I worship wholeheartedly this guy who died a violent death. When he died, his body was full of holes, and he was covered with blood, and who knows what else. 3, a mother witnessing the violent death of her child. I held up this story, traumatizing the snot out of me, to the biblical witness, and they merged. That's one example of what I mean when I say compare my story with God's story. 2, second example. So, I said my natural response to trauma was to send my emotions out in the hall and pretend that they weren't even there to begin with. What I found in the biblical witness, well, let me pause. I had been to seminary. Like, what I'm about to say, I knew this already, but what's the best teacher? Experience, right? So what I found when I slowed down enough to compare the story I was telling myself with God's story was that rage and lament and chaotic emotional experiences are all over the Bible. They're all over the Bible. Sidebar, when I teach grief and loss at Denver Seminary, Lamentations, the book of Lamentations, is our text. It comes before theory, it comes before counseling skills. We start there because it's all there. Try not to teach that class right now. We'll save that for another day. So many parts of the Bible itself are these recorded, uncensored emotional expressions, sometimes to God, sometimes sort of at God, right? And it made me feel welcome to bring my experience, my emotional experience, into my process of self-care. Was like the proof that I need that that's welcome is already there. I also felt this invitation from the Lord that sounded something like this. You don't have to pretend that this work does not cost you. You don't have to pretend that every time you clock in, you're doing what Chaplain Kevin was doing. You're pouring out the last drop that you've got. You don't have to pretend that you've got it when you don't. I know it from the inside. I have lived the story that's worse than what you're saying. You can trust me. I can take it. Hallelujah. So, where does that leave us in relation to self-care? When we move from learning our need for it to implementation, what happens in between is that we tell ourselves a different story. And that's where our cup overflows. And that's the real end of the story of the worst night of my life. I'm going to pause there. Chaplain Kevin, do you want to do a minute of Q&A, or I'm happy to. Okay, let's do a few. See what's rising up in you. It doesn't have to be a question. It can be a comment, pushback. Oh, wow. Thanks for asking that question. So the question is, do I have peace with that night? I'm going to say yes and no. I don't think I will ever come to a peaceful place with the injustice and violence that I saw. That's never going to be okay with me, right? To see a 19-year-old kid bleed out. And what I do feel is redemptive and corrective experience in my life based on that story. Like when I was getting ready to do this, I thought, what if someday on the other side, I get to tell the people that I saw die that night what their last minutes meant for me. And that those minutes got transformed into meaning for people learning to do chaplaincy. That does not make it okay. I'm never going to be at peace with wrongful death. But as I return to it, I grieve it. You know, I grieve that little baby boy. He wasn't mine, but I grieve him. I get to a place where it's generative, where the suffering is generative. Thank you for asking that kind of question. Go ahead, Brad. Yeah. That's a great question. So my colleague is asking, if I were to go to work tonight and work the same 12 hours in the same circumstances, what would I do differently? I would take more time with the families. I would explicitly minister to my MS-13 guys that were in my emergency room. I would move straight for them. In some ways, maybe the outside of the work wouldn't look that different. And I want to say, too, that capacity to move toward that kind of chaotic suffering without our emotional experience being in the middle is kind of critical to the work, right? We need to be able to say, I'm going to take care of myself tomorrow, because right now, all of my focus is right here. But I think that my internal compass would be different, Brad. I wouldn't be telling myself, if I slow down and think about this, I'm going to be worthless to the next person I need to serve. I think I could put my story alongside the stories that were unfolding clinically with more honor for my limitation, based in greater respect for the sovereignty of God. What I would do differently afterward is quite a different scenario. I didn't have any skills or capacity at that point in time to even recognize, like, well, my body is telling me that maybe I should take Monday off. I haven't slept for 72 hours. So yeah, I think there are internal things that would look and feel differently. I will say, if I were to work that same experience again, I kind of hope that it would devastate me in the same way. I don't ever want to get to the place in care where I don't have an emotional response to that kind of evil. Thank you for asking. I'll go here and then there.
Second question.
Yeah.
About what the story you're telling yourself,
Mm-hmm.
and then God's story.
Yeah.
So you see the traumatic events in the Bible, but how did you process that for yourself?
Uh-huh.
What benefit was there emotionally, spiritually, whatever?
Oh, wow. Thank you for asking that. So the question is, how did witnessing what I saw and aligning it with the story in the Bible actually benefit me? And I'll say, before that night, I had never seen what a bullet can do to a body. I had never witnessed an actual moment of death. I had never seen the effects of violence on a human body. And when I aligned that with the biblical story and my theology, what I understand is that from the foundation of the world, the Lord Jesus was willing to do that for us. That he took that in his body. And it blew my faith. It blew the categories and the boundaries of my faith and expanded what I know about him now. What I have seen, how I can relate what I saw to his voluntary, substitutionary death for me, for us. And it elevated my gaze and grounded me in his action for me. I think about it every day. One time I was working the morgue on Easter Sunday. Boy, you want to talk about an intersection of theology and practice? It's like, what if I came down here to release a body and it wasn't there? That would be a life-changing experience. So all this, it just happens all the time for me in the clinical work, the way that the clinical experiences, the intensity of human suffering illuminates what I read in the text and then how I can live from it. That's such a kind question. We'll go you and you'll be the last one.
So the question about training.
Oh yeah, okay.
Many of us are coming either from a background active, like your law enforcement or in fire,
Yeah.
or from a traditional ministry setting.
Yes.
Not just because Denver Sam hasn't proclaimed, but can you speak just briefly about the idea of chaplaincy education and training?
Oh my goodness. Yes, I can. The briefly might be a problem. But, so the question is, could I talk a little bit about how we're training people? what we're doing, no matter what program a person enrolls in, and I actually see some students in the room that I didn't know were going to be here, which is kind of fun. What we're doing is trying to provide students with the best academic work, so books, learning, with supervised and supported field experience. So we move from the library to the ride-along, or we move from the library to the ED. But it's not an experience where we send the student out to just kind of figure it out. It's clinically supervised, meaning we do the kind of story work that I've described. What story were you telling yourself when you opened the door to the hospital room and the patient looked just like your brother? We do that kind of work. And also just the clinical skills, like what can I get in trouble for doing at the hospital as a chaplain that was totally in bounds when the patient was my friend from church? So some of those things as well. But what I love about what we're doing is that it is the most holistic program that I know, as far as really grounding us biblically and theologically, giving the field work in a way that is supported and blessed. So, and we do it in a community where we confess that Jesus is Lord, to the glory of God the Father. Amen. Thanks, y'all, for letting me be here. It's really special.
So I just want to take a second and put us in a place of prayer. So you just bow your heads with me. I feel as if you're like me, some of this really resonated, and we've probably all had a night just like that, regardless of where we're at in our journey. So Father, we pray through the power of your Holy Spirit, you would open the eyes of our hearts to embrace, to understand, to move in such a way that we can find relevance between what we see in the experience and what we know from your truth. Father, I thank you for what it means to be privileged enough to be found in these places, just to be welcomed in to some of the most difficult times, to sit with people, but there's a cost, and we know it. We see it, we experience it, we feel it. So God, I pray that for each of us, you would help us to know how to care for ourselves in such a way that we can embrace what tomorrow looks like. We can wrestle humbly with the things that we do experience. That we would go stronger through our weaknesses because of our relationship with you. We would continue to go to the well that we need for wellness in our own lives. We would be aware of the need to go to that well, to replenish, to refuel, to be whole, so we can get back into the fight, be about our calling, and serving the people that are around us. We thank you, and we just pray that you would help us today to recalibrate a little bit in this last hour, that you would just challenge us. Those of us who today are struggling with balance, struggling with being overwhelmed, or struggling with just the pressures of this world, or maybe there's a night that Eva mentioned in each of our pasts that we've not yet found resolution with. I pray that you would take us there and you would show us where you're at in the midst of that moment and help us to bring correlation in our lives and our stories to those moments. We thank you. Amen. Thank you. Absolutely. And let's see if I can figure this thing out. So to transition a little bit, one of the things that we've realized we need to pay a little attention to is we're not going to talk a lot about the police-specific stuff today because we're running in that quite regularly. But what I do want to focus on is what we're trying to bring attention to, and that is our fire advisory team. So when we started this some 10 years ago, we created a group of ragtag folks, me and Travis and Scott and Dan and a couple others, to just let's rally, let's get together and let's start dreaming together. We call ourselves the Police Advisory Team. What that meant was we were going to show up and we were just going to be talking about how do we do better, what are some areas that we're lacking in, who needs to be part of this. And that's what this group is doing right now. And so we've got a group of folks that have been meeting. We've met a couple of times, and it's been really great. I think it's been challenging to realize that there's a long way to go. There's a lot that's been done by individuals that are here. But we want to keep going forward. We want to continue to make sure that we're raising the bar and the standard. And so this is that group of people. They are represented here in Colorado, but also up in Wyoming. And so just know that on a quarterly basis, these individuals are meeting. We're talking about things that are impacting what we need to do from the fire side of things. So 3 years ago, we didn't have fire here. 2 years ago, we started talking about having fire here. Last year was the first year that fire was part of this movement. And so we realized we're a little bit behind the curve, but we want to make sure that we continue to move in the right direction. So with that, some of the cool things that are happening right now is Brad Noonan used to serve on this team, but there is a Colorado Fire Chiefs Association here in Colorado. They've invited us to be part of their monthly meetings. We're meeting with them regularly. We actually have a forum that we're able to bring up issues with them on a regular basis. They excited about what we're doing. They're excited to start being part of what's going on. One of the things that they're going to roll out here in the next month is we have given them a proposal. We worked with the IACP, the International Association of Chief of Police, and we created through that and a policy group a recommended policy that's going out to all agencies across the United States on what we believe to be the policy you need to have for police chaplaincy. We've taken that through their permission, we've kind of reworked it, and we're now presenting that through the Colorado Fire Chiefs Association. Our goal is for them to put a stamp of approval, to make edits, to make changes, so that when we do move out and we've got new agencies or even existing agencies, we're able to say, here's the recommendation. It'll come with a story page to help understand what police and fire chaplain, or what fire chaplaincy should look like. So that's pretty cool. And we're also going to be part of their event coming up this fall up in Keystone. Being present is also really important. We've made a lot of connections through that as well. So we're seeing through this the growth of new programs. There are folks here today that are just in the process of starting their chaplain programs, sitting here going, I hope to be there at some point. We're also meeting people who've been here a while, who are doing chaplaincy, that are asking, how do we reboot? Maybe there's some areas that we need to refine. So we're working together with all of those agencies, whether it's new or existing, to move us forward to where we think chaplaincy ought to be. We are working together. We got a training team, which I didn't put pictures of them up there, but we got Paul and Ron who are working on the training team to make sure that we are going to be having fire-specific training, fire-specific chaplain training. Safety training looks different if you're getting into a police car or a fire vehicle. They're just different. So we want to make sure that we do that. We're going to be offering, hopefully this fall, a specific fire chaplain training that's going to be focused on just fire chaplaincy. So please keep all of that in mind as we keep moving forward. Safety training is the next thing that we're going to try to figure out. I was on my first ride in a fire truck a couple months ago. I didn't even know how to put on the seatbelt. And I wasn't quite sure what this thing was for and how do you put, so there's some learning that we've got to continue to do. We're aware of that. And so that's what this fire advisory team, this training team are doing. We're putting energy and effort into making sure that we take that stuff seriously. So just know that's coming. If you're interested in any of that or you want to be part of it, just let me know. And we're looking for people to fill those positions. As we had our team up here, we had guys like Travis, who are the program manager. His specific focus is police. I'd like to find a Travis for fire. I'd like to find people that kind of continue to move us forward. So if those are areas that interest you, I'd really like to know about it. On to our next partner, but before we go there, we've got a couple of handouts. Where'd Catherine go? Are you in here? Okay, Catherine, come up here real quick. So you've got a prize to give away, right? Okay. So just tell us who you are and where you're from.
I'm Catherine Severns Avery. I founded Restoration Ranch, Colorado. after my husband Christopher was killed by 3 robbery suspects who were fleeing from Lakewood Police in 2020. I had no experience with the first responder world before that day, and the more I learned about what happens, what you do, I was one of the blissfully ignorant 95% of the population out there who now understands, believes, and supports everything that you do. So it's my honor and privilege to be here today representing Restoration Ranch and our other program, Valor Vacations. Both are available free to first responders and their families. There's no nomination necessary for a visit at Restoration Ranch. We have 30 plus vacation properties across the United States. You go through a nomination process and a selection committee, and first responders and their families can receive a free week's vacation, all in memory of my husband, Chris.
Oh, you want me to read that?
I do. You have glasses.
1075972. Anyone? Was that a, hey, Ellie.
You get a gourmet meal for 2 at Restoration Ranch, Colorado.
You win. And a flower. Thank you, Captain. So we've been part of a group working together with Status Code 4 to put on a lot of different videos, vignettes to help impact what we're dealing with. This is our next version of it. And so we've come out, this is just a 90-second kind of highlight of a video series that's going to be focusing on caring for our significant others, spouses, and families. So take a peek at this real quick. Showing? It's not showing.
Emergency responders, they're probably the most resilient group of people I've ever been around. But they're just so overwhelmed with their jobs that I think when they come home, they just want to shut in. And they're seeing the consequences of not putting the same energy into the relationships that they put in places. There's sometimes I think the question of what it means to again. She basically said either you're going to change jobs or I'm going to leave. I think there's a lot of pitfalls that can be experienced if you're in emergency response. The biggest is communication. The biggest is undeclared expectations.
It will happen that you're going to see another call. It will happen that you're going to develop deeper bonds with some of your coworkers. And so learning how to develop those communication skills from the get-go, making that significant other the most important friend that you will ever have in your life.
Mediating our marriage counselor, we've only been with him for 4 months, and I think we've grown more in that 4 months, just feeling safe with each other again.
But you don't have to become a statistic, and you can thrive in your marriage, in your relationships.
This is where it gets tricky. So they couldn't be here today because they're in Israel on like a lifetime dream trip. So, but the fun thing of this will be out shortly. You guys are going to see the full version of it. I think it's about a 20-minute version. The goal of this is just to get this into hands. Much of these tools, whether it be with kids or post-traumatic stress or substance abuse or suicide, these are tools for you to use to be able to take into your world. But for us right now, this is really poignant because one of the areas, and you're going to hear just a second about others that are working in this area, we want to make sure that we're caring for families and spouses. That's becoming really important for us because we recognize that not everything gets home. I know Brower jokes about this, and I'm sure, Emily, you do too. Sometimes you just wish you could staple Post-its to the officers so that they would actually go home with all the information. So we're trying to find some ways in and around our officers, firefighters, and staff to make sure that we continue to get those needs into the hands of people that need it. So with that, I'm going to bring up Alicia right now. You want to come up? Are you ready? Do you have a giveaway too? Oh, you did. Where did I put it? Is that yours? Okay, good. we start, draw a name.
I don't know, I don't trust your glasses. 1075959. Oh, I have bad luck.
Just get, you're picking the right person.
Right? 1075960.
Oh, we got a winner.
Yay! Do you want a thin blue line across? I know, right? That's what happens when I play on Amazon. All right, 1075993.
Cross or pin?
It's thin blue lines for your fire, I'm sorry. Last one, 1075991.
So you can talk behind this, or I can put this on you. What would you like?
Am I loud enough? No?
Probably got to be behind this.
All right, I'll be right here. Can you hear me all right?
Can we see you is the question.
I'm pretty short. Can y'all see me? Like midget size, sorry. I'm real short. Fun size. I'm gonna go with that from now on because I am short. I'll go like this. Is that better? Hi guys, I'm Alicia Romero. I run Beyond the Badge. You've probably never heard of it because I just started it a couple months ago. I was previously a dispatcher and a deputy sheriff, and then, like all dispatchers, I married a cop. I know. I'm a cop's kid, so my dad was like, come on, marry fire, what did you do? But I married a cop. So I have experience being a cop's kid, now a cop's wife, and being on both sides of it. And what I have learned is that families are often forgotten, but they really make the difference in all first responders. They either make their lives amazing or they make them really hard. And I don't know about fire, but in the last couple of years, I run family support for Aurora PD, and we saw our officers leaving in droves. And a lot of times it wasn't because they were leaving because they wanted to. They were leaving because their spouses, their kids, their parents were all really just pushing them out of this career. You guys see that all the time, right? And we also saw a lot of our officers walking through critical incidents and their families having absolutely no idea what was going on. They didn't know that the reactions they were having were normal. They didn't know how they should support them. They didn't know who to speak to if it was going wrong. And so we were doing an amazing job in Aurora with Emily Hitchings. And we were supporting our officers, and our wellness unit was amazing. And we realized that we were forgetting families. And families are a really important thing. The Army has learned this in the last couple of years. You know, you can't just say, hey, if I wanted to give you a family, I would have issued it. And then 20 years later, here comes law enforcement going, ooh, maybe we should remember about families. And we have seen huge successes with family support. We might provide family support in a variety of different ways, training, and events. When we surveyed our officers, we thought for sure, if you guys have heard about Aurora, and we've been through a few things, and we thought for sure it was gonna be chief turnover and culture and citizens hating us. Do you wanna know what the top 2 stressors were? Can you guys guess on our officers? Can I hear it? Finances, yep. Close? Relationships. Relationships and money. And in this way, cops and firefighters are no different. We're pretty similar, very similar stressors. Interesting thing with fire in the last couple of years, this is the first time that fire has been disliked, and it is shaking them to the core. Cops are like, welcome to the club, it's been 100 years. It's fine, you'll get used to it, it's fine. You'll like the spit in your food, no big deal, right? But fire is like shooken to their core. because they're used to people, even if they mess up, they're like, it's okay, fire, I love you. And now they aren't. And that is really, really difficult for people to understand and for families to soak in. In the last couple of years, we've had a lot of our kids come to us, and they're like, I'm getting bullied at school. My friends have stopped being friends with me. I've had multiple kids who have come and told me that their teachers are bullying them at school, calling them out in classes because they're cop kids. And they think to themselves, I'm alone. And then they come to one of our events because it's axe throwing or it's a picnic, and they meet other cop kids and they're like, oh, it's happening to you too. They're not alone. The spouses have connection, the kids have connection, and now all of a sudden this burden has been taken off of our first responders. So connection is really big, training is really big, financial relationship, critical incident, all that preparation is so important. And as departments are struggling with retention, they can't take firefighters, they can't take cops and put them into wellness units. They can't start really cool initiatives like family support. So my business comes in and does it for them. You know what they have a whole lot of right now? Vacancy savings, because they don't have full positions, they aren't fully staffed. And family support is cheaper than having one cop or one firefighter for the whole year. And you can make a really big impact, because at the end of the day, we can only pay our cops and firefighters so much money, and then you run out of government-funded taxpayer money. It's crazy how much in the last 5 years, how our 8 years, the salaries have almost doubled. So what are agencies gonna do to set themselves apart? Family support. A couple events, a couple of trainings, it makes a big difference. Did I hit my time? Yes, I talk really fast, so I hope you guys, do y'all have any questions?
Well, you guys should be asking, how do I get you into my agency?
Yeah, just reach out. I will consult. I'll tell them how to start family support. And it's really important to tie family support to the chaplains. Very, very, very important, because the more I market family support, the more they need resources. Tie it into peer support, tying it into chaplains, and everything we do is all about marketing each other so they know what their resources are. So just reach out. My flyers are downstairs, my business cards are downstairs. If you're like, my department has absolutely no money, there's no grant, there's no money, we have no vacancy savings, you're the only one in the whole country. But you can go on to IACP. They have a really great program. It's called CRITAC, C-R-I-T-A-C. And you can actually hire me through that program, and IACP will pay for it. And I can help you through that. So can't beat it. It is a no-brainer. You're welcome. Family support. Thank you.
So you can also find Alicia and this organization on our website. It's one of our sponsors, one of the groups that we work with. So if you want to go to our resource page, it's highlighted there. But definitely get a hold of her. As we move forward, caring for our families is going to be essential. I think that when you talk about retention, all agencies right now are very serious about retention. This is a big one. If we can be working to make sure people are happy at home, they're going to be happier on the job. So this next one, Mindy, why don't you come on up? You might be like, why is this here? And this is a little bit different, but I think this is really important for us. Well, give that to someone else to pass out. So we've been looking at the landscape of what's going on, especially in the world of chaplaincy. We're involved in what's happening, and it's not going to be long until we might become a target ourselves legally, financially, or in other areas. And so as members of Rocky Mountain Police and Fire Chaplains, we do have insurance that does protect you a little bit. When you're deployed and you're doing things with Rocky Mountain Police and Fire Chaplains, we've got insurance that'll take care if you need to get additional counseling because you've been part of a critical incident and you need to go get counseling to help you walk through some trauma and situations. So that's all part of what you get being part of Rocky Mountain Police and Fire Chaplains. But we started moving a little bit further. We want to make sure that you're resourced and protected on all sides. We're trying to figure out the best way to do that. And Mindy's going to share with you a little bit about Legal Shield and ID Shield, probably more Legal Shield than ID Shield, but just what this can bring to you. This is a pretty special program that they've designed especially for us. It's less than you can get anywhere else, but it will provide for you a little bit more protection. So, Mindy?
Thank you so much, Kevin. So, I was a chaplain at Marvin W. Foote. So it's a DYC facility. So I've been in your shoes before, but not specifically in the shoes of being out there, with an agency, being on the field. And so I know that you guys have a lot more going on, have a lot more liability. And so Kevin and I have known each other for about 25 years, and so he reached out to me about this service. This last summer, about 5 miles from my house, there was a 22-year-old who called our dispatch because he got in an accident. He wrecked his car in Silver Plume. And what happened from there was there were about 20 police and fire that showed up for that incident. And that 22-year-old ended up being shot that night because he wouldn't leave his car. Now think about if you were one of the 20 that responded to that. Wouldn't you like to know that you had a resource right away to call your law firm, to know what's going on? Wouldn't you like to know that you have administration and termination hearing representation for that? Wouldn't you like to know that you have civil lawsuit and criminal lawsuit protection and defense for that? So that's part of what's actually built into this law officer's legal plan that you have through Rocky Mountain Police and Fire Chaplains. In addition to that, this isn't just for you professionally, this is for you personally as well. So we actually have unlimited legal access to our law firms for anything personal in your life for you and your family. So you can even call your law firm about an issue that's going on with your neighbor or your landlord or your mortgage company, consumer protection like a warranty isn't being honored, a mechanic is overcharging you, a contractor is treating you unfairly, because often just the law firm writing a letter on your behalf fully resolves the issue. Little example for me, I have T-Mobile, live up in the mountains, our tower was down for 3 days. T-Mobile didn't want to reimburse me. I contacted the law firm, they wrote a letter, T-Mobile reimbursed me. And so that's the power that you have. The law firm here in Colorado is Riggs, Abney, Neal, Turpin, Orbison, and Lewis. Very long name. Don't have to remember that. But you actually have nationwide coverage as well. So if you have an incident that happens outside of Colorado, a rental property outside of Colorado, anything like that, it is speeding ticket outside of Colorado. In addition to them writing letters, making phone calls on your behalf, they'll review contracts and documents on a personal basis. I was buying a car at one of the dealerships here in Golden, stopped before I signed, took a picture of it with the Legal Shield app. It's sent off to the law firm. They called me back. They said, looks pretty standard, see if they'll take off the dealer prep fee. It's usually standard on there, but it's basically an $800 car wash and vacuum. So I went back to the dealership and I said, my attorney said to take this off right here. I saved that $800 on that purchase. And then one of the biggest reasons that Kevin wanted you guys to know about this service is your will is free through Legal Shield. It's your will, living will, healthcare, power of attorney for you, and for your spouse it's $20. It's done by our law firm, it's done right, it's not an online legal form, updated every single year. We all know how important that is, so get that done, please. And then there's a whole bunch of just in case representation through Legal Shield, like I said, administration, termination, hearing, representation, civil lawsuit representation, job-related criminal lawsuit representation, and then there's a 25% discount off of additional legal services for things like bankruptcy, contested divorce, child custody. So that's your Legal Shield plan. It's $15.95. I have the website on here to get that discount. We're actually giving back to Rocky Mountain Police and Fire Chaplains for everyone that enrolls through this as well. For those of you that do want to enroll today and want to have it effective tomorrow, I do have paper applications. If you turn one of these in to me today, I'm going to email you guys a Starbucks gift card as well, just to help you, because you'll walk home, forget about this until later, and then maybe you have something that pops up that would have been covered if you were already enrolled. In addition to the legal, we also have identity theft protection. That's pretty amazing because we actually use licensed private investigators. If you have identity theft, they actually go on your behalf for that restoration process. All of you know how rampant identity theft is and how hard it is to restore it this time because it's worldwide. What do you do if a Nigerian college student filed unemployment in your name with your social security number? That's why you need licensed private investigators. They do all of the monitoring, looking for buying or selling of your name, your date of birth, your social security number, driver's license number, medical ID numbers, all of that comprehensive monitoring, but the restoration is where we really stand apart from something like a LifeLock. They also include Trend Micro software like a VPN, password manager, parental internet controls. So that's also included as well. All the pricing is on here. My contact information is on here. The website to enroll is on here as well. And then I'm at a table downstairs with those paper applications. And then I also brought a whole bunch of extra brochures. If anybody wants to grab any for for your agencies, also anybody in your agency can enroll as well, or your fire authority, and that'll get back to Rocky Mountain Police and Fire Chaplains. So that's all I have today. So thank you so much, Kevin. Really appreciate the time.
That was a lot of information right there. That was amazing. I was like, whoa, that was impressive. All right, so we're going to take a quick little, if you've got your cards that you've filled out downstairs and marked, bring them up here and set them on this table. Come on. Did you guys get done? If you didn't get done, you can go downstairs real quick. So if you didn't get all your stamps and marks and you don't want to win $100 at the store, did you guys do it? Well, go finish up real quick. If you're done, fold it in half and set it right here. And I know there's a few not there, so if they're not there and signed, that would be weird if they were. I didn't have it up. I didn't have this mic on. We'll be better. Yeah. I'll do better for you, Jordan. You gotta go. Yeah, we do. I would like that, man. I'd like that. Yeah. Okay. Scott Moore. Look at these guys trying on body armor. I love it. right, Scott Moore, come on up. All right, guys, home stretch. Hollow them in the foyer. Let's get, because we kind of need Justin in here. There he is. And then is Andy. All right, I see. All right, so we're going to head back in. So part of, I think, gathering is just honoring people. And so we're going to take this last moment to honor 2 more people who probably saw their names already when I was flipping through slides, kind of erratically up here. But we've already honored this Yahoo right here. But we now want to bring up this Yahoo right here. So Damon, you want to come up real quick too with Justin? I'd love for you to be here because you were the one that nominated him. So please, both of you come forward.
As Justin's coming up, I had a privilege of sitting through one of Justin's trainings not too long ago and learned a lot from Justin. We appreciate all that you have done, and obviously other people have been impacted by you as well. I'd just like to read what Damon nominated, how he nominated you. Chaplain Deputy Justin Dillard has worked tirelessly to stand up our chaplain unit. We now have a hybrid body of community volunteers, commissioned staff, and civilian staff, represented chaplains embedded in 3 department bureaus within the community volunteers supplementing patrol and communication, which is the dispatchers. Chaplain Dillard served diligently to get the support from not only our chief, but sheriff himself, and while working collaboratively with a host of key leaders, Justin was able to have our agency's chaplain unit featured in several media outlets, including the local Fox News syndicate. Though he excels as both a strategic thinker and an operational manager, Justin also provides countless hours of tactical level spiritual care to citizens of Arapahoe County and the staff of the Sheriff's Department. He effectively engages in individual counseling, team teaches a weekly Bible study group for sworn members, facilitated the community outreach Faith and Blue Weekend, and led the memorial service for one of our deputies who tragically lost his life while in uniform. You've been nominated for a 2023 Service Award, and we'd like to award you with the Service Award today. Thank you, Justin, for your diligent service.
Andy, come on up.
Oh, there he is. Andy was hiding back there. I couldn't find him. Andy actually likes to do that. He supports well from the back. Andy is one of those individuals I've known for quite a while as I've learned myself how to be a chaplain. He's been somebody who has stood up chaplaincy well in his community, and he's always there to support in so many ways. And Gary Johnson has nominated you for this award. Andy has been the lead chaplain for the Boulder County Sheriff's Office for over 15 years. He has developed strong relationships with dozens of deputies and staff throughout the years, many of whom are now in division leadership. Andy has garnered the trust and the respect of the department through his humble and steadfast service. So much so that he has performed numerous weddings and memorials for deputies and families. Andy has conducted his ministry of presence consistently and honorably. The Boulder County Sheriff's Office recognizes his strength and his character and his commitment to his Lord. Congratulations on receiving the 2023 Service Award.
So I feel like that's one of the things that we don't get to do very often. Chaplains just don't get recognized a whole lot. So this is one of the worlds where I want us to make sure that we celebrate what it is that God's doing. And so thank you for everybody who did make nominations. We're going to continue to do this. I want you to be thinking for next year. If you're witnessing chaplaincy in and around you and there's someone that's on your team or near your team that you're like, you know what, this person needs to be nominated for Chaplain of the Year or a service award. This is what we do in our police and fire worlds, right? And we hate being recognized. I think everyone up here, Justin's like, I'm going to probably punch you in the face for but it feels good. It feels really good to know that we're making a difference, and we need to, as a group, be able to celebrate and honor each other. Amen? So good job, everybody. So next, just got two more things really that we're going to highlight. I'm going to bring Jordan Long up real quick, and then I'm going to start this video. But this is a fun connection and relationship, and I want you to watch this as if you would be able to participate in this yourself.
Things are starting to get pretty rough on me mentally. You don't realize what's happening to you. We'd be on a call, and I'm thinking to myself, why are you so upset? This isn't your kid that's hurt. That's not your dad laying over there on the floor getting chest compressions. Why are you so upset about this? And you think there's something wrong with you, and you're like, it'll go away. And it's hard to reconcile. It's because you feel alone, and you're not supposed to feel like that.
What we do best is we tuck it away, because you go from one call to one call to one call. It's the little stressors, right? So you have a little stress on one call, a little stress on another, and that adds up to eventually where you pop, and that's what happened to me. I was solo on graveyards and went to a horrendous crash. Fatal crash. As the years went on, the nightmares started, shutting down, relationship issues, the whole 9 yards, right? You don't want to be labeled as weak, so you don't talk about it, you tuck it down. So that's what I did.
Seeking help yourself isn't necessarily a strength or a highlight of us first responders. When you're at work and you talk to somebody, maybe it's the agency that comes in, you have four walls around you. Us first responders sort of take a defensive posture sometimes.
We go to the gym on a regular basis, and we know we have to let our muscles recover. We know you can't keep beating them up. I never looked at mental health in that way. And coming out through Vital, you're getting that break. You're leaving everything behind because you're focused on playing pickleball or fishing or laughing. And you're with folks going through the same stuff.
Experiences and memories are everything, right? So being out here sort of opens up a whole new door for a lot of folks. Just being able to experience the outdoors and have that new component and that new environment and atmosphere has been beneficial to many, I would say.
The importance of Vital is you're building trust. They don't have all the answers, but they've got the resources.
The It's a Calling Foundation was actually created by Code 4 Counseling. The pointed purpose is to provide mental health services to our emergency responders, frontline medical, veterans, their families. All of our therapists in the It's a Calling Foundation are current or former responders, people who have been there and done that.
September 2nd of 2016, I was shot in the line of duty. As a result, I'm permanently paralyzed. You wouldn't catch me here 7 years ago talking about mental health. I was your very typical responder, like I got it, I'll take care of it on my own. Going through my own journey from my on-duty injury to the anxiety, the depression, the hypervigilance, the PTSD, the suicidal ideation, going through all that, and then getting my own therapy and realizing how powerful therapy was for me. This has got to be just as powerful for a lot of the other first responders out there. I think my experience helps me relate with a lot of other responders, especially when they come into the office and they're at their all-time low. we can get you up out of that dark hole, right, and get you into a much better place.
The family aspect is always overlooked when it comes to first responder mental health. A lot of families think that they're alone and that they are fighting some battle that nobody else knows, and that's not true. Having these type of resources, it's a calling, teaches families what to do, somebody to talk to, somebody to work through problems with. As a spouse of an officer who is also in the military, I will tell you it's very important.
We met Jordan Long with Revital about 1.5 years ago. We're stronger when we're working together, and that our organizations actually complement the other. We have a lot of clients that we say, you know, you need to call Jordan and you need to go on a Revital outing. And Jordan has sent a lot of clients our way, you know, recognizing on his activities, someone's struggling, someone needs higher level of care. You need to go to Code 4, you need to go to It's a Calling and get the help that you need. Our organizations can't do what we do without funding. The funding that is provided not only makes sure that our responders are getting taken care of personally, their families are taken care of. When you call 911, you want to know that that officer who's showing up, that firefighter that is showing up, that ER nurse who's taking care of your child in the most dire times is as emotionally and mentally healthy as they can be.
If it wasn't for Revital, then I don't think I would be here. These resources didn't exist years ago, and now they do. It's okay to take a mental break and to work on your mental health. Coming out here to reconnect with responders that are having a hard time as well. Helps you heal as you're helping someone else.
We were snowshoeing about 1.5 years ago with the wife and some of her friends, and a friend told Vicki, "That's the best mood I've seen that guy in a long time." So it works. I think the more people you get involved, the stronger we're all going to be.
Is that good? Thanks, Kev, for having me out here. Thank you guys for everything that you do. Currently serving on the board of Rocky Mountain Police and Fire Chaplains is an honor and a privilege for me. I met Kevin and Travis, it's almost been about 2 years ago now. I founded our Revital Colorado in February of 2020. I've only got a couple minutes here, so I'm not going to get into the backstory like I wish I could. Quite honestly, I was going through my own battles and struggles as a responder, as a firefighter paramedic with Adams County Fire Rescue for 10 years. And when I started this, just coming across people like Kevin and Trav and Scott and many others in this organization, it brought hope to me in knowing that we can collaborate together. And you see in this video, the It's a Calling Foundation, Nick and Sarah Metz, Code 4, and all the people, all the resources downstairs. Our goal is truly just to collaborate. And I want to be a vessel to share Rocky Mountain Police and Fire Chaplains and the rest of these professional support services out there. If you don't know about our organization, just briefly, we provide about 12 to 17 outings per month, completely free of charge for first responders and their families. Whether it's fly fishing, horseback riding, snowshoeing, rock climbing, I think guys are zip lining today. And all of the outings are led by either current or former responders themselves. The idea behind it is healthy outlets, right? And today the theme here is self-care, right? Just like you guys in this room bear a heavy burden and you need to take care of yourselves, that's the outlet that we want to offer to first responders. But my challenge to you guys as chaplains in this room is to get involved, to come on an outing with us. Because the more that we can share chaplaincy with the organizations that don't have it, the better off we're going to be. And what better way to do that than in the outdoors? There's no catch to our outings. There's no forced conversation. It's organic. It's relational based. When I'm speaking at departments and sharing this stuff, I say, it's the old adage, you get out of it what you put into it. You want to come and use it as a free decompression point? Great. You want to come and meet somebody and dive in and ask about their family life and what's going on? You're going to get a lot more out of that outing than many others are. In short, we offer a lot of other services. Those are our outings every single month. Downstairs on that card, you'll see a QR code on the back side of it, just for first responders and their families can download that app completely free of charge, and you'll see all the outings that we put on there every month. We also do retreats, 4 to 6 retreats a year, whether it be first responder specific or couples retreats. We have a 250-acre ranch up in West Cliff, Colorado. Our partners at After the Alarm have that ranch. We go up there, we have a full-time chef, we do the shooting, we do the horseback riding, but then we have time to do some education around stress injuries, stress management, communication, personality types, bring facilitators in like Kelly Gilchrist and others to help educate on those things. Also, on the police side, we've started to get in with departments and be kind of the last line on officer-involved shooting situations where there is a reintegration program. If they have a formal reintegration program, we've started to do some of that. We do crew building activities. Actually, a few of the chaplains in here, I'm looking for them right now. We've done stuff down at Douglas County Sheriff's Office and had the chaplains involved and come to the outing themselves. And it's just a great way for the responders to get more connected with you guys, right? And so those things are customizable. You can call, you can text, you can email. I could go on and on here for the next like half hour. I'm not going to, but if you guys have any questions afterwards, please feel free to grab me and I'll share our contact info and how you can get involved. Do you want me to bring Mel up and talk about Level Up or just talk? Okay, so Mel is back here. She doesn't like to talk, so I'll talk for her. She's representing It's a Calling Foundation. Obviously, as you guys saw in there, It's a Calling is the nonprofit arm to Code 4 Counseling. They have 100...
You're doing a great job. No, I'm just backing. No, go.
We have a great relationship with these people, but they have 150 first responders currently going through the CSU Global program that Sarah Metz helped start, and all of these responders are getting their LCWS? LPC.
You're doing a great
I'm close.
job,
And what's amazing about that is they provide counseling and support at a very, very low cost to first responders and their families. This is our goal, just like Rocky Mountain Police and Fire Chaplains. We want to be a bridge to the professional support services. We want to be able to share with people, hey, you need financial assistance, here's an organization that we trust, that we vetted, here's a counseling organization that we know their clinicians are culturally competent to get them the help that they need. But last year, we ran our first Level Up Wellness Conference with It's a Calling and the One Goat Foundation. We're going to do it again this year, September 13th and 14th at the Doubletree Hotel in Greenwood Village. It's going to be a great time. We actually, I think we can announce it, but we got Jay Allen, if any of you are country music fans. He's going to actually come do a concert the night of. We had a family panel last year with Kevin and his wife and others on that panel. But we had about 300 responders from 9 different states, a bunch of resource partners in the room. If you're interested in hearing more about that, Level Up, we should be putting out everything here in the next week or so. So look for that with your agency, and we'll get it out to Kev so he can get it out to you guys. Anything else I missed?
No, I was just gonna say, I think when people hear about like responder wellness conferences, they're like, oh, okay, yeah, another wellness conference for responders. But I think that we actually do a really good job of making it different. We have breakout sessions that are interactive that we can do. We ask that you also bring your families and kiddos and stuff like that too, because like Alicia was saying, this affects more than just your responder. And a lot of things that we see as like a clinician with It's a Calling, of course we see the trauma injuries from on-the-job stuff, but a lot of the stuff that people come in with are these calls that end up triggering some personal stuff that either happened in the past or that's happening at home. And so we do a good job, I think, at this conference of tackling wellness as a whole, whether it's like cardiac wellness and sleep and nutrition and things like that. So maybe I'm biased, but I don't think it's like any other wellness conference. I think we do a good job of making it interactive and very laid back and personable and relatable.
And this year's going to have a family and relationship theme. So we are actually encouraging responders to bring their significant others at least one of the days. But throughout, we're going to have a pretty heavy theme on relationships. The last thing I'll say for our organization and collectively, I think with you guys, we believe that if you're healthy, and when we heard this from the speaker, if you're healthy outside of work, you have a much greater capacity to handle the complexity of our jobs. It's no different as a chaplain. If you're not taking care of yourself, you don't have that capacity to handle the complexity of whatever situation you might get called to for the day. So you got to take some time, do that self-care, and do what we say, live in the green, and be ready when you go to work to show up. Right on. Thank you.
So thank you, Chaplain Long. There it is. It's out there. So this is important, and I want you guys to hear this. Revital, go on one of the outings. You need to go on it so that you can come back and you can share it with your agency. Take one of your officers, take one of your firefighters with you. Go fly fishing with them. Go on a horseback ride. Go and do this together. And then I think it'd be good for you to sign up for Level Up. Maybe go and invite one of your commanders and others and be present at these events to learn and be part of. We'll be there. We'll probably have a booth there again and be able to share about more of what we're doing. But Jordan's been a great support to us, and that's why a couple of you are here. Cochran's and TJ, you're here because of his involvement of moving us towards you. And so there's that collaboration of, that's why we're working with Brighton Fire and Police right now, is because of our relationship with Jordan. And so there's a lot of crossover in this. That's how this works, and that's how God has really been moving us forward. So thanks, guys. Lastly, you're the lastly. Jared, come on up. Jared's been formulating some specific training for us on moral injury. I'm going to have him share about that, and then also some really cool news that we got coming up next year.
Okay. So you want me to do the whole moral injury? We got 3 hours in me if you all are. No, I'm kidding. I'm standing between you and leaving. I see some familiar faces, so if you sat through the first moral injury rollout, thank you for doing that. About 2 months out, I think, from that. You all were my guinea pigs, and we got some immediate feedback on that training, and actually went home that night and already made changes to the presentation. So I think it was good. I had done moral injury training and education myself, and then decided to put together a presentation, but did it in smaller, more condensed intervals. So in April was the first time that we kind of rolled this out as a training offering through Rocky Mountain, kind of at length, and had some really good feedback. I think it's such a vital topic and thing to talk about. What moral injury is, it's the soul hurts that we carry. And I won't get too deep into it, but if we want to go on the clinical side just a touch, it's the damage that's done to our system of morals, and those look different for each individual person. We did a debrief in Fort Morgan a couple months ago, and had two varied responses. You had one responding law enforcement officer said, this person intended to do mass harm. I cannot believe we even wasted an ounce of resource in saving this person's life. That was the response from one officer, and totally reasonable. You had another officer on the same scene said, I'm carrying guilt because we didn't breach soon enough. Had we breached sooner, maybe we could have saved this guy's life. Two totally varied responses based on their individual systems of morality. So that's what moral injury is. It's what the job does to you as chaplains, to us as chaplains, to our responders, our trained operators. It's those imprints that kind of make their mark on the soul. So that's what the moral injury training is. We walk through that. Where we are positioned as Rocky Mountain to be, I think, nationwide leaders on this. And I had some conversations at lunch with a few folks that have actually sat through other moral injury trainings. But the moral injury training stops at talking about what it is. Our training is different because we go into the healing and restoration piece. So not only are we going to identify it, if you sit through one of these trainings, we're then going to walk you through as a chaplain how you engage in conversations with the folks you serve to get them the help so they can continue to do their job. Excited, we're going to roll this out, I think, twice more in the fall of this year. And yes, I realize it's hunting season. So we're going to try to kind of fit that in between the different hunting seasons. And then at the beginning of 2024, what we would like to do is a train the trainer, where we are going to take an entire day and sit down with anybody that would like to be able to teach moral injury, but really get down into the nitty-gritty so you can answer the questions. Because it doesn't do much good to just give you the presentation if you take it to your organization and then get questions and go, I don't know. So we want to make sure, if you want to take it out, that you are fully prepared to do so. So that's kind of looking ahead. 2 offerings in the fall, Train the Trainer at the beginning of 2024. If you didn't go to the first one, I highly encourage you. It's a pretty interactive environment. I think the presentation was pretty good. We made some tweaks. Travis, Ashley were on it right away, had some great feedback. So again, thank you all. So be looking for that. To me, this is the missing piece, and here's why I say that before I transition to what's on. Whatever. No, that's the next slide. Yeah, so I'm looking ahead before I move on to the next slide. Moral injury and post-traumatic stress disorder are not the same thing. For a long time, they were assumed to be the same. They are not, in fact, the same. Almost all post-traumatic stress disorder has a moral injury also, but they're different. And statistics we're finding bear this out. So the Department of Justice says about 15% of law enforcement officers and firefighters have post-traumatic stress disorders. That's in the neighborhood of 1 in 2 out of 10. The International Police Chiefs Association, in their most recent data release, says that 70% have moral injury. 7 out of 10. So PTSD is important, but the missing piece for so long has been moral injury. So if we think of PTSD as the pit, only 1 or 2 out of every 10 are living in the pit, and we need to take care of those folks. But moral injury is kind of that piece between the very peak of the job and the pit. It's where 7 out of 10 trained operators and responders are living. So to not talk about moral injury is a huge miss for chaplains. Not knowing what it is a huge miss. Excuse me. And frankly, I think it's been the missing piece for a long time. So we're excited to have put together this training, excited to roll out. Please be on the lookout on the website for those registration and those training links, because we'll get some dates formalized and we'll get that training out. Anything you want to add on that, Kev? Next slide. All right, so this is really cool, and this is, I think, wrapping us up at the end. So a state senator on the Colorado side of the legislature is actually a member of my congregation, and he knows what I do as a chaplain in our area. But Kevin, Travis, and I had the opportunity a couple months ago to go to the Capitol and for Senator Pelton to hear on a greater scale what chaplaincy is doing statewide, and yes, even Wyoming. And it was a great conversation. We were supposed to meet with both sides of the aisle. I don't want to get political, but one side ducked out. They were playing politics. But out of that meeting came the idea that we need to have an emergency response chaplain day in Colorado. This was out of the conversation. Kevin did some research, found out Rocky Mountain was founded on January 24th. So January 24th of 2024 will be the 10-year anniversary of the founding of Rocky Mountain, and we're going to do Emergency Response Chaplains Day at the Capitol. Still have some logistics to iron out, but the tentative plan is to get as many chaplains as we can get down on the floor of the Senate, get a proclamation for that day as Emergency Response Chaplains Day. I am working to maybe get this declared as an official day of recognition in perpetuity in Colorado. So every January 24th will be Emergency Response Chaplains Day. But what we'd like to do on the 24th is do a tour of the Capitol for anybody that's interested, do a huge group picture on the steps of the Capitol for anybody that's part of Rocky Mountain that wants to be there. There's a museum up top. We can go clear up in the dome if you've never been there. We'd like to make this a really full day and then maybe work out how to all have lunch as a group somewhere. So more details will be rolling out on that. The Senate is currently out of session, so about November-ish, when they start getting back into it, we'll finalize some of the logistical pieces of this, but just mark it down on your calendar. I'm very excited about the thought of having chaplains swarm the Capitol and talk about the work we're doing with the people that are forming legislation that impacts the people we serve. So I think it's going to be a great day, January 24th, 2024. Thank you.
So that's kind of cool, huh? All right. Yeah, get it in.